Okay, just gonna look for a thumbs up from technical side. Oh, I got one. All right. Good to see you, Mr. Watkins. Okay, first action item or procedural item is to call the meeting of order, and it is 9:07 on a Saturday morning. So welcome everybody, and thanks for being here on Saturday morning. And our first piece of business is to pledge to the flag. So Miss Patty Blair, do you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America. Okay. That. Next, we have 1.03 review 2020 Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees ground rules. And even though this is a strategic planning session, we still have our wonderful ground rules. So next will be changes to the agenda, and I have. Did I skip that? I have that as 1.05. Is my order a little different than yours? Okay. All right. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Okay. Hearing none, that's good news. Our next item would be 1.05, Chancellor's recommendation to the agenda. Chancellor Gillespie.
Thank you. The items being presented to the board today have been reviewed within district's consultation council and are presented to the trustees for their consideration and action. There were one constituent objection and one constituent concern, and those are listed in the item. The first one is a general concern from consultation council members that some agenda items were not completed or lacked finalized attachments for the June 30th consultation council review. The second, AFT objects to item 4.02, first reading for the board policy on COVID-19 vaccine mandate for employees and students because faculty are included. So those are the two items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And just a clarifying question. There was concern from the consultation council. If you wouldn't mind just expanding how many of the consultation council members, because it is plural, and were there any particular items that were not completed or lacked finalized attachments? Because I was under the impression that the majority, if not all of our meeting was carryover from our past or previous meetings. So
sure. The majority of it was, and I'd say there was probably 3 to 4 members on the consultation council who expressed a concern. And I would say I even acknowledge that our intent is to have everything ready for the consultation council review. So in looking at the item, it mainly came around 3.02, which is the board performance goals and budget input, because with that one, we added the correct, or we had the incorrect version of the strategic goals, and we've added the correct ones there after the meeting. So that was just, we didn't have the correct ones at the meeting there. Under the discussion action fall 2021 operations, we wanted to provide as current information as possible for this meeting. So I explained to consultation council that with as far as enrollment numbers and some of the other details with regards to the status of activities occurring at the college, I'd be updating the presentation, and that occurred after the 30th because I wanted it to be as current as possible. So we talked about it, explained it, and those I'd say were the 2 main items.
Thank you for providing that clarification. Next stage meeting is 1.06, public comments, and we have a number of that we've received in print that we'll be reading off, but we have 2 that have requested to present their public comments here live in the boardroom. So the first one I have on my list is Alex Mitchell, and then that will be followed by Allison K. Spartan.
Okay. Good morning, board, chancellor, and district members. So working. Hear me? Okay. My name is Alex Mitchell, and I'm an officer at the Ventura College campus. I hope you may remember me from my earlier meeting in which I spoke. I would like to again take this opportunity to address my concern regarding the needs of police services and ask for your continued consideration and support. It is not lost on me that it is not an easy time to provide funding for police. It is not popular or socially acceptable to provide funding to an institution many want to dismantle or defund in an ongoing effort to reform and change how our country handles crime and, more importantly, justice. Here at our colleges, we as a police department have a desire to be part of this changing narrative, to help reinvent the ways in which we can provide and promote safety equitably and more in line with tactics that address and confront these concerns. One area where there is no room for discussion is the ongoing need for safety to be one of the priorities on campus. After more than a year of uncertainty, financial hardship, and isolation, a supportive and safe place to return to is critical. With a strong belief in community policing, a transparent approach, our efforts at visibility, and our mission to create positive interactions with community members, the presence of our officers on campus can be a reassurance of safety and support, not fear and aggression. While the last year may have been full of questions about the future, we know now that there is hope of a return to a pre-pandemic life. A life with in-person instruction, face-to-face learning, services and interaction, life with sporting events and gatherings and the hustle and bustle of campus life. Our police department will be there to support this return safely, but our department continues to struggle to meet basic needs as we are understaffed and in need of necessary equipment. We are not asking for extra, we are asking for what we are lacking. For example, we have carried position vacancies for years that we need brought before the board. Officers, a sergeant. If promoted in-house, this is a minimal cost to the district that could have a significant impact. Having a supervisor to manage student workers, support officers, and administrative staff could greatly bolster and organize our efforts to transition back and meet the changing needs of our students and our district with professional and relevant police services. Additionally, 2 weeks ago, during a traffic stop on patrol, one of our oldest units broke down, leaving our officers stranded. Now our campus only has one operable unit. That day, I had to use my own personal vehicle on duty to attend a meeting with the district attorney staff to conclude an investigation regarding a Zoom bomb that occurred earlier in the year in which offensive material was displayed during a Black History Month webinar. This is not appropriate or safe. We need vehicles to respond to calls and perform our duties. There are many more examples of where we are lacking and where support is required. I will continue to respectfully voice these concerns and share examples when given the opportunity until they are addressed and we can function safely and effectively. Thank you for your time this morning and for all the work you do.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next will be Allison K. Spartan from Moore Park College.
Adjust the mic down. Greetings, Chair, Chancellor, Board Trustees, Chancellor Gillespie, and attendees. My name is Allison Barton. I'm the Moore Park College Student Health Center Coordinator, and I speak this morning on behalf of all of the 3 district health centers. And I wish to comment on the proposed COVID-19 vaccination mandate for employees and students. As a registered nurse and public health practitioner, I cannot overstress how important this step would be in ensuring the health and well-being of our campuses and district office. Although Ventura County has achieved a remarkable 62.3 fully vaccinated rate in residents 12 and up, the 18 to 24-year-old group, comprising the bulk of our student population, is lagging behind at 41%, according to the CDC. In public health, we call people in this group super spreaders because they move about in many settings, are naturally social, and in the case of COVID-19, often have no symptoms of disease while infectious. They haven't responded robustly to convenient free shot clinics, excellent health education efforts, or incentives offered locally or regionally. As with other public health concerns, when the appeals of better health and incentives have run their course, mandates are indicated. This is truly a race against time. The vaccine is effective against existing strains thus far, but for how long? I understand the fear that mandating vaccination might prove to be a barrier for student enrollment. However, they are free, readily available, safe, and effective. And without it, we risk alienating those who seek a safe return through vaccination. As such, a decision to protect health is right all around. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your, excuse me, thank you for your comments. And the remaining comments, which is 1, 2, 3, Chancellor Gillespie has graciously agreed to read those. So, and if you need me to take one, I'm happy to do that too. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The next one we have is from Autumn Muntz. She's a faculty member at Moore Park College. She's a registered nurse in the MSN as well. Dear Board of Trustees, I am submitting this comment in opposition to the proposal to make COVID-19 vaccination mandatory for all district employees and students. As a nurse, I believe in individual autonomy and medical decision-making. People should be allowed to choose vaccination based on their discussion of risk benefits with their healthcare providers. This is particularly important given that the long-term efficacy and safety of all COVID-19 vaccines is still largely unknown. From another perspective, I am also concerned that mandatory vaccination will only serve to drive community mistrust, encourage defiance, and further weaponize the anti-vax cause. Forcing vaccination on the young and or healthy who may perceive themselves to be at an acceptable low risk for COVID-19 mortality is both ethically disputable and politically risky. Lastly, mandatory vaccination could increase barriers to community college access. Vaccination is a crucial tool in our fight against COVID-19. We should continue to encourage voluntary vaccination and implement appropriate health education on our campuses. Currently, the vaccination rates in our county are high and our morbidity and mortality is low. Since we have yet to return to campus full time, we do not know what impact attendance will have on community transmission. We can afford to weigh the ethical, social, and political consequences of mandatory vaccination at this time. The next comment is from Patty Coleman. Dear board members, I want to express my strong support for the vaccine mandate for employees and students. Safety should be the top priority for the VCCCD, and the best way to ensure the health of our campus community is to require the vaccine. Research shows that in order for students to learn, they must feel safe. Students who are anxious about sitting in a crowded classroom and working in groups cannot learn. Additionally, faculty and staff need to feel comfortable interacting with students in order to provide the best service and education possible. The VCCCD should align its practice and priority with the CSU and UC system to promote health and protect our students and staff. Thank you. Yeah. All right. All right, thank you. The next is from Peter Sezzi. I'm a full-time tenured faculty member at Ventura College. My primary role is as a librarian working directly with students. I am writing to you today regarding the proposed BP and AP on COVID-19 vaccine mandates. While I myself am fully vaccinated, I strongly urge this board to not approve the proposals, not even as a first reading. Mandating vaccines is a dangerous and misguided approach to creating a safe workplace. Now I work on the front lines with students, oftentimes interacting with tens to hundreds of students in a given day. So I especially want to work in a safe place. And I also want everyone who comes to the library, students and employees, to be safe, but mandating vaccinations is not the best way to ensure campus-wide efficacy against COVID-19. I eagerly look forward to returning to campus. However, mandating a one-size approach, everyone must get a vaccine to come to campus, is a narrow-minded approach. A composite approach, there are multiple ways to keep everyone safe on campus. Vaccinations, other prophylactic antibiotic approaches, mask wearing, social distancing is a much better method to ensure a safe and effective way to return to campus. Please reconsider this misguided one-size-fits-all approach of mandating vaccinations. Thank you for your time and attention. And the final public comment is from Ty Gardner. Esteemed trustees, I am writing in support of the vaccine mandate BP. I think that it is politically wise to include a provision delaying the implementation of the mandate until full FDA approval has been given to a vaccine, but such a delay does put us in a predicament. I am interested in protecting our students, employees, and community. We have legitimate concerns that COVID-19 infection and hospitalization rates will rise later this summer and fall due to the Delta variant that is already overwhelming some regions of the US with low vaccination rates. On a personal level, I support a vaccine mandate under the current emergency authorization, as we have seen such a mandate upheld in the courts for employers in Bridges versus Houston Methodist Hospital. This is the best way to support the health of our students and employees, as well as to ensure that we do not serve as source of spread in the community. If we cannot go of this route because it is politically difficult, our next best option is to establish a mask mandate for all campus visitors without regard to vaccination status. Possible exceptions could include outdoor classes and the potential for unmasked vaccination verified lecture instructors in rooms with adequate ventilation and distance between the instructor and students. Students and instructors circulating amongst students must always wear masks while indoors. Thank you for taking this issue seriously and recognizing that it's not a personal safety issue, but a community safety issue. And that concludes the public comments.
Okay, and I believe that's going to take us to 2.01, review Board of Trustees 2022 meeting calendar. So this is open for discussion. I have one comment, but please, Bernardo or Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a general practice, I think we should include a July meeting date. And as it gets closer to that month or any other month that may be better suited, we can always cancel that scheduled meeting.
Trustee Torres.
I would like to second that same opinion. I think, given the fact that this year of reopening, just right before the beginning of the school year, which is in August, I think it's wise to be able to just have a meeting in case there's anything we need to review. And then just like Trustee Perez said, we can always just cancel the meeting if there isn't a need, but it's good to have it in the calendar so we can schedule appropriately and make sure vacations or anything that comes our way, we know that there's a meeting. And if we need to postpone or cancel, we can do that. But I think it's wise to just have it included.
Okay. Any other comments? I just have one. I think the February meeting is on the 3rd Tuesday because maybe the ACCCT conference. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's the DC one, right?
Oh, it's the DC, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that was my only comment there. Yeah, that's all I have.
Other comments on the document calendar?
Okay, do we want to, are we assuming, is there a particular date in July that we want to,
The regular Tuesday of the month.
the second Tuesday of the month, tentatively? Okay. Yeah, we could probably, July 12th, okay. So we'll put that in tentatively for. Okay, so we have a first. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. All right. Next, board evaluation. So Board of Trustees annual evaluation. Chancellor Gillespie.
Item. This is the board's opportunity to review the results from their own self-evaluations that they had completed regarding their annual performance goals, both the ongoing as well as the ones specific to the particular year. So I'll just turn it over to back to you, the chair, for discussion among the board members regarding the evaluations.
Okay, and just a clarifying, thank you. Just clarifying question. Are we also as a board proposing or have the flexibility to look at our current goals going into our next academic year, right?
Right. So
Okay.
the next item, 302, is really then defining the goals for the coming year. So basically, you'll be considering revisions to all of these.
Okay, so I'll hand it back to Chancellor Gillespie if you want to guide us through any discussion on any of these goals, and then we can transition into a development of our new goals, which will, of course, give us some input into the budget.
Yeah, so if we could have then on the screen the attachment for this item, and this, and I know the boards the board members have this in their notebook or on their screens. This was the first board performance goal. Board achieved increased hiring of diverse employees within the district and its colleges, and you'll see the agree is in green, the disagree is in blue, and there's comments there. So again, this was the board's evaluation of what they see as progress in this area. I think that the state of the district was useful in being able to demonstrate where we're at with current diversity in our workforce, both in the classified ranks, the administrative and the instructional and the non-instructional faculty. Plus, you also got to see the hirings that were done in the last 12 months, which indicate that the hiring rates are causing for diversity shifts in all four of those areas. But be glad to again turn it over to the board for your discussion here. And again, I wouldn't get into the discussion about do you want this performance measure now. It's more just what you think of the evals this year, and then that'll happen at the next step.
I just found this question was a little bit hard to answer. I mean, because we answered it before the state of the district. And so we didn't have the information. And I still feel like we didn't have like salary information, like what is our gender difference? You know, is there gender equity among salaries and those kinds of questions answered? Because I think that's really how we get to equity and inclusion, is that not just that we have the colors of the rainbow, but that we have them at all different levels, and that there's equity in pay equity and things like that. So I just found it a little difficult to know where we were.
Concur with Trustee McKay's comment. Also, the way that the question is phrased is very open-ended and very much open to interpretation. As did the board achieve increased hiring? What does that mean? If there's one more person over the previous year, you could say yes. So I was kind of conflicted with this question and with some of the other questions further down the list, in that I said, oh yes, I think the board did a good job here. But then in the same sentence, I had a problem and felt conflicted that maybe the board needed to do more work. So I would recommend that at some point we look at kind of a rephrasing or restructuring of how we ask these questions so we can get at more definitive answers.
Chair.
Trustee Chris.
Yeah, we have on our website a dashboard that has some of this information, and so I responded that it seems that we are making progress, slow but steady, more so in the classified professional staffing rather than faculty. But I look at that in the context of the DEI efforts that are ongoing and will continue to grow, and we can always aspire to do better. So there are signs of encouragement.
Okay. Trustee Torres, you have anything to add? Cool, great, and then I'll speak.
I think for myself as a board, I was looking at this goal, and one of the things as we move forward is how do we monitor this goal and what is it specifically the metrics we're going to be looking at, because it is very general. And some of the information is it's just a demographic. So how many do we have? I know one of the things that was mentioned, and it's been mentioned previous years, is by discipline. So also we look at not only gender, but we also look within the departments, who are particularly the instructional faculty, because they're working with our students and teaching our students. How does that look like? In addition to the pay and the equity components that are needed. And also as a board, how do we monitor? So by the time at the end of the year, we're truly able to say, okay, as a board, we had meetings throughout our board meetings where we were monitoring this work. And so by the time we come to an evaluation at the end of the year, it's actually simple to be able to respond because we would have been able to monitor this work throughout the year. And so as I was looking at this question, I thought, well, we know some of the work has been done, most definitely. But is it moving at the speed that we wanted to, given the fact that diversity in hiring has been one of the main things that we've been looking at the state level, at least since that I know of, since I came into the board, but especially with DEI. So as we move forward, we definitely celebrate the successes we've made, but then of course we always try to challenge ourselves and be able to say, how do we continue to grow? And how do we monitor this information as trustees, and how does this come presented to us? And I think this will be definitely important as we move forward to define those metrics, and we can define those for us as a board, what that looks like in order to make those best decisions. So my comment was number one. What you can see there, that was me, where I do recognize that we've done a lot of really great work and we've tried, but we haven't moved as quickly as we would like to. And that hopefully this year we're able to do some of that DEI work. Overall, I have to say for the board performance, I found it very helpful and insightful to listen to the board members. This is one of the evaluations that I really took to do a lot of reflective work. It was really good. It was information that I can say, these are great points. These are things that we need to consider, but it was a very positive evaluation in the sense of just focusing really on the work. So overall, for myself as a board member, I found this evaluation to be extremely helpful in the areas that need focus, and also celebrating those areas that we have grown in as a board. For me, it was very important because it really allowed me to see, as a board, where do we stand? What have we done? Where do we see that we need to grow in? Because this work comes to us as a board. So I found it very helpful this year, particularly. Just the 5 of us being able to do the evaluation and be able to move forward for this year, because we needed to do it this way. Later, Trustee McKay and I are going to talk about how we want to make it definitely more inclusive, because that part was missing from the community in general as a whole, to be able to give us their input. So this is what we had to go with for this year, but we're definitely looking forward for a more inclusive process for the next year as well.
Okay, thank you. I just have some brief comments. I guess, you know, we have this goal as a policy level, or we have this goal as a policy level. And I guess what I'm asking, or I'm curious about, is on the operations side, what has changed, if anything? And that really starts from like the application process, you know, the onboarding process, and do we need to reevaluate, you know, from the moment that we advertise a position to eventually when we onboard or hire somebody? Is there change needed within that process? And I can't authentically answer that because I don't know if we've done a self-evaluation within operations within that process. So, and then I also have a question. Does the Personnel Commission, how is that separate entity in the mix with this goal? Does it assist with that? Are we aligned with that? Does it provide added barriers to this? So these are some of the questions I have. And I'm just curious how we're going to continue that journey there. So I think the data and evaluation is really important. Okay. Question 2. Before board performance goal, the board served as an effective policy-making body and followed the district and college's governance structures and processes. Any comments on this goal? It's okay if there's not. Okay, Vice Chair McKay.
I think that we still get into the operations questions and information too much during our business meetings. I think that, if we need a deeper dive into information, those are things we should make appointments and talk to the chancellor in between meetings. I think that the business meetings of the board should be, a lot of these things should be fleshed out by the time they get to us. When I look at other boards, there's, even with very different points of view, they still, when it gets to them, there's often split votes, but there's mostly 5-0 votes. And we have a lot of 5-0 votes, but on really important items, I still feel like we are tripping into operational things. And it concerns me as we are heading into accreditation that we still seem to ask questions of an operational nature and make comments about things that we'd like to see of an operational nature.
So my comments were, I think we have an effective governance structure, participatory governance process within our colleges where we're able to obtain input as we're moving forward with policy. But there's a piece that's missing, which is the community component. And being the fact that we're a community college, it's really important for us to be able to obtain input from the community as well as we move forward with making our policy. I have also been looking at board meetings from other districts, and I think for ourselves, it's good to have deliberation. I think there's times where there's meetings with the chancellor, but we are having a business meeting, and it is in the public's interest to be able to listen to us deliberate. That is the purpose of being able to be elected and to have our meetings for discussion. So I do see that there's value to have the meetings. And I think a lot of it is going to be a personal preference. And so I know for myself, I've learned a lot sometimes when I'm hearing from colleagues being able to ask certain questions. I think from what I've listened to our board meetings, there has been board members who do ask the chancellor directly, do set up those meetings. And if they still have a question that they want to bring for the rest of us to be able to hear, I think that's the value of coming together. Otherwise, you have conversations individually with the chancellor, a decision is made, and the rest of us don't know about it. And it might be something that's really helpful and valuable. So I think there is value in being able to have those meetings. I have seen deliberations from other trustees as well, because that's one of the areas that I wanted to see. I wanted to also look at multiple college and watch their board meetings. And so what they don't have, the reason our meetings feel very long is because our culture is we're very inclusive and embracing culture to listen to reports from our colleges. And they provide extensive reports. We have our academic senates, which we welcome. Other places don't have that. And so for different reasons. And so they go straight to business. And the reason is I was looking into our board meetings. We welcome that input and we want that input because it's part of our community, but it's not just us. When we're looking into the business of our meetings, we take a little bit longer because we like to listen from our community. So we really need to look into our meetings and really look at every area to determine what is it, what's important. And if we go a little bit longer, it will be. I've seen an improvement in these previous meetings from how it was before in terms of consent items. I remember before, but we're just focusing on this evaluation in this year alone. I've seen in consent items not going as long as they did before. So I think we are seeing some improvement. I've also been reading the accreditation standards to become more informed in terms of the operations. And when we come to policies, we'll have a discussion in terms of defining, because we do have language in our policies that resembles the accreditation, but it's not the same. So I've also been doing research in terms of the accreditation standards and looking very closely into them as we're moving in that direction. So I'm looking forward to including more community in this process. But in terms of our colleges, I believe we have really strong participatory governance. I know for Oxnard College, that was one of the things they take a lot of pride in because they worked really hard in being as inclusive as possible and bringing in students. So I think for us more as a board is just including more community members.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To begin with, I want to acknowledge the improvement that I've seen. Always strive to improve on a continual basis on this matter of staying on topic and staying on policy as opposed to intruding into operations. There are ways to get to answers to questions that can be raised and are just come naturally in doing our work. And I think The fine balance is achieving an answer to what can be perceived as operational, but certainly falls within our purview of oversight and monitoring. And just as a quick example, some of the questions that you raised in the first question, Chair, I'm going to jump forward to the future agenda item of our agenda. And I think it's very important that we have as a regular part of the meeting a report on, if not a discussion on the DEI efforts that are ongoing, not only on our campuses, because there's a lot of good work going on that will ultimately lead to responses to some of your questions that will hopefully, not hopefully, but I'm confident will achieve successes to some of the questions that you raised, Trustee McKay. You know, gender issues, equity issues, pay issues, et cetera. So it's just trying, the role of a trustee is a continuing education process. And so there are ways to get to the answers to the questions that we all have individually and collectively. And I think on occasion, I've seen some improvement in how we deal with issues that come before us, but we just have to constantly stay focused on what is an appropriate approach, what is an appropriate question, given the matter at hand. So, thank you.
Hearing no other comments, I guess in summary for me, you know, one of the things that really sticks out in my mind from the accreditation report that we had, and within, not buried, but embedded in the DEI work was ultimately all operations fall on us of this district. Like that's just known. Like we are ultimately responsible. We delegate that, of course, to the district staff and our chancellor, which is great because but we have to be aware of operations. And I guess I'm a little conflicted because I often hear back away from operations, but then I hear Trustee Perez, and I agree, hey, it'd be great if we had monthly reports of DEI work. That to me is operations. And it's not a bad thing. It's just we need information of the operations to create good policy. And I think back about the budget. I mean, I had to file a Freedom of Information Act to get college budget information. Yes, that's operations, but I needed that to make good policy decisions on the budget. So it's conflicting, it's challenging work, but ultimately I, as one trustee, need information about the operations to make good policy decisions for our constituents, for my constituents. I was elected in this office to do that work, and I will continue to fight to get operational data and information to make the policy decisions I was elected to do. So,
Chancellor, just for clarification, are you stating that information about one of our colleges was not provided to you? You had to actually submit. You needed to, I mean, I'm trying to register this because it's difficult for me to believe you actually had to do that as a trustee, or it concerns
yeah,
me.
I mean, no, that was in the past to get information regarding our adopted budget. Yeah, I mean, it took a lot. It took a filing to get information regarding the college. We're there now, and I want to look forward and I want to move forward. But I guess the part is the resistance of saying, well, that's operations to look at the budget. It is, but it's that information is provided or should be given so we can make good policy decisions and approve something like the budget. So anyways, I would like to kind of stay the course and keep moving, but you know, I want to. Sure, of course.
I want to make a clarifying statement. I absolutely think we need the operational information. I think when it becomes backwards, it's when we say, we think you should do. And I think we've really come a long way from doing that. And so, yeah, we need to know the information coming to us. It's just in our response has to be at the policy level, not at that. If you take like the budget, for example, we think you should use the budget and do this. That's when you get into operations. And I think that we do a pretty good job. There's always that esoteric stuff where I always call it the wide gray golf. there's not a black and white on operations, and you won't get anyone in the system to agree where that line is between operations and policy. So we're not going to agree here because no one agrees within the system.
Chair, I just need to correct what I hope is not a false perception that's been created. Each of us wants and has available to us the opportunity to get the information we need to conduct our business. So, and it's the chancellor on each and every occasion makes himself and his team available to provide the information that we may need individually or collectively. And oftentimes, the time could be better spent outside of our meetings where it doesn't suck up a lot of time. So, thank you.
Thank you for those closing comments on question 2. All right, question 3, board performance goal 3. Working through the chancellor, the board consulted with the District Consultation Council, also known as the DCC, and the community to ensure effective communication, partnership, and collaboration. And SG 1234. Can you remind me what SG stands for? Oh, got it. Okay, cool. So, any comments on this one? Hearing none. Okay, Trustee Torres.
Similar to what I had mentioned before, there's the aspect of, and the community, defining who the community is. That would be important for me because I don't know how community input was obtained. I have a couple of recommendations in terms of moving forward for our goals that I'm going to make sure we're very inclusive in this process. But I think because we have structures in place like a district consultation council, we're able to get input from internally, but I don't know if we have something in place for the community. And since we are community colleges, we are very much connected to our communities in our county. And so I'm not sure of how we get truly valuable input. I know there's radio interviews, but it's more of us just kind of responding to questions. And I don't know if we have anything specific to really measure community input in general. So that would probably be something to look at as we move forward for next year. But that's just one of the recommendations that I listed, that we need to just be more intentional and specific into how we obtain that community input and define it.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I think this one, for me anyways, really highlights how important data is. And for me, this one demonstrates it'd be great too, because we can get out to as many community meetings as we can, but somewhere along the line, hopefully that information is captured from those community meetings that we can review and reflect. And I don't want to, I agree with you, Trustee Torres. I think I don't want to jump ahead to the goals, and I look forward to speaking about this one in our community interactions as a strong goal, because I think there's some work to be done there. Okay, question 4, performance goal number 4. The board supported the chancellor in developing the Ventura County Community College District 2020 to 2026 strategic plan and implementing key projects and initiatives, including increased student access, completion, prioritization, and implementation of the CBT, which stood for the California Brain Trust or Collaborative Brain Trust. Okay. Study recommendations, accreditation, sustainable financial and resource management, guided pathways, and measurements of institutional effectiveness, optimizing performance-based funding model points to increase revenue and aligned to the CCCCO vision for success. That's a big one. Okay. It is a big one. Yes. Okay. Any comments on this one on the evaluation? It seems this one also is pretty split. Okay.
It is a potpourri. There's just so much packed in it. It's kind of like in one goal for the board, and this is a self-evaluation, is are we making sure the chancellor is doing his job? And it's kind of how, in the end, what it reads to me, because there's just all the things in it, and we threw it into this goal, and wish I could remember why, because I certainly had something to do with it, but it just seems like something that has way too much in it for us to evaluate our performance against each one of these items.
right, these needed to be split up because there's so many within one. And one of the things that I really would like to see is included also the DEI. And that was one of my comments. How do we monitor this work through a DEI lens? And how do we make it inclusive as a board? Is I've been looking at other board meetings and watching them. They have study sessions and they have a process where the board is very involved and they discuss it. Even as far as even legislative and assembly bills that are coming up, they don't just come to avoid that. They have a team that explains to them, this is the tracking, this is what's occurring. And sometimes they don't necessarily agree with the league and they've had presenters who are working with the authors. And that to me was very insightful because they have study sessions. And that's one of the things we've been discussing and advocating for such a long time. And I'm hoping that this upcoming year we have this because it does happen at other board meetings. And the reason I started watching different board meetings at different districts and colleges is because I wanted to get a sense of how we're doing. Because I wanted to see, okay, is it just us? Or how does it look elsewhere? And elsewhere is a very inclusive, the board is very involved. They have study sessions and they're very much involved in this process. And I really appreciated seeing that. And I know that's something Trustee Mantooth has been also advocating for and mentioning in terms of with the budget, having discussions. And I know we're going to include that with our goals, but having discussions and being able to come together as a board and our input. And then by the time it comes to an adopted budget in September, we can say we had the opportunity to discuss, to voice concerns, to have this rich dialogue, and then we get to vote in a way that we feel heard. And so CBT study recommendations, many of them were not fulfilled. There could be many reasons. There many were, but many were not either. And of course we had the pandemic, and and it was hard to measure. But what I value was the input. So what I liked about our goals is that we have the opportunity to also mention and say what would we like to see moving forward. Because it's in a positive way where did I feel we reached it or not? We comment, but then we also get to give our perspective, which was really nice. And I see this as moving forward and maybe separating some of these to be more intentional and specific in the work. And also getting, and I think in the monitoring that we get throughout the year, we'll be able to start evaluating and giving input, because I feel with this evaluation at the end of the year, it's almost like, okay, this is where we're at. Did the work get done or not? Did we have an opportunity towards the middle to help make a shift? And so as we continue doing monitoring through the DEI and actually be specific on the metrics, and we come together as a board to help also give input in terms of how those metrics, what are the metrics we're wanting to see? Because I've seen other boards do that as well. And that's really effective because I've seen the districts and then the board really work together in the board meetings that I've been watching. They're in it like together, like they're speaking the same language, and it's really cool to be able to watch. So I'm hoping for this year, we get to do the same. So maybe we can split this one. Because there's just so much information.
Okay. One of the things for me, and it never hit me until this moment, and I'm glad the CBT study recommendations were listed there, is, one of the reasons I liked it, and it really connects to Officer Mitchell's public comments, there were very direct recommendations for this district. And it was like very powerful data. I mean, there was even direct recommendations about staffing within the police department, right? Like how many lieutenants do you have and sergeants? And I can't remember the details, but the directive was there, or the recommendation was there. And I think that's a missing component that I would like to see more of, and that is direct recommendations from staff to this board for things that need to be done in the district. And I feel that that's a missing piece. We sort of get often the work that's occurring, like take, for example, the DEI work within hiring. We get the data of a shift or a change, but what's the specific direct recommendation? Do we do the following? Like, this is what we need to do, or get behind it, or do you have input? Let's move forward. And I think that's one of the reasons why that CBT report still sits on my desk, is because it had those direct recommendations of things to do immediately. Let's do it. Let's move forward. It's going to make improvement, or maybe it won't, but here's what we're doing. And then we'll reflect and bring it back. And I'm glad Officer Mitchell came in, because there was actual recommendations to do with the police department amongst all sorts of things from instruction to facilities to structure and organization. So that was one of the ones for me, and I'm glad it was there.
Chair,
Trustee Press.
talk about an epiphany, just as I was reading this long-winded goal. It occurs to me that in our discussions, I will try to build upon referring to DEI as it relates to the vision for success, because the DEI task force was a spinoff of the vision for success and its 68 recommendations. So it puts it into broader context. And your suggestion is well taken by me, just as the information here refers to a strategic goal. Maybe in our future board reports, as appropriate, the item can refer to the CBT report, for example, or our strategic goals or whatever. So, and I think it would be helpful to us as we review the agenda items and, facilitate our own review and then help in our discussion.
Excellent. Thank you for those comments. Question 5, board performance goal 5. The board served in local and state leadership roles and participate in ongoing professional development to promote the visibility, desirability of the district and its colleges. So we are 5 for 5 on that. And I think we have a very active, engaged board, state and local level, which I think our community needs. So I think it's great to see. Any comments before we move to question 6? Hearing none. Oh, all right.
Not just for the community, but for our district, because it makes our district look attractive when we go out to hire and those kind of things that we are out there, that we get to know people from other parts of the state. So I think it really does serve us well to get out in our community, but it also serves us well to get out among the other people in the system. And now it won't be until January that we have any in-person CCLC meetings at least. And so hopefully we can all commit to getting out there ourselves to at least one meeting a year where we can meet other people in person again.
Thank you for that. All right, question 6. Academic year 21, board goal number 1. The board supported the enrollment management efforts and strategies through active engagement, including meetings with the community, local school district, college, and university outreach, and participation in County of Ventura public agency events to promote and support the Ventura County Community College District. All right, the floor is open. Trustee Torres.
My comment is comment number 1, and I think mine's going to be comment number 1 for the rest. But it's, I agree we're moving forward through enrollment, and what I'm hoping that doesn't happen this year that happened last year is information in terms of the status of enrollment came to us really late. And what I mean by that is I remember when we first started the pandemic in March of 2020, the importance of having the numbers, and they were coming to us. And I really appreciated those numbers, but then they stopped, and they stopped for a few months. And so then as a board, we lost touch of how many students were actually dropping, and we didn't get numbers again until later. And so what I'm interested in terms of the work is being through a social justice equity lens, how does it look like? And so I'm interested in seeing, as we're moving forward with recruitment and enrollment, what are our efforts as a district? And that's going to mean the colleges in terms of, and I know it will be different for the colleges because they have their communities and they need to, as we're doing equity work, they need to take into consideration the community they serve through that equity lens. So looking out in terms of growth plans, because we're going to be looking at in terms of that, and I know in our goals, how does that look like for each one of our communities based on their needs through that equity lens? Because I feel as we're moving forward with enrollment, that's going to be huge in terms of what we're providing to our students. But so this is an area that I'm hoping we are looking into and monitoring more frequently. This is one that I'm encouraging for a monthly report. I think it's one that it can be provided because we're monitoring how students are doing, what services are they able to what services are they taking advantage of at our campuses. Do we need to support something that maybe students need? And so I think it'll be helpful to get this on on the monthly basis, because it gives us a sense of how we're doing in each one of our colleges.
Okay. I think this one for me also reminds me the importance of our colleges and district being out there in the community. And I know the pandemic kind of put the brakes on that, but I don't know if we pumped the brakes a little too hard on that one during the pandemic, because you know, specifically with our K-12 partners and of course our university partners, and even within the COVID, you know, task force, you know, I think there was an opportunity perhaps of having a stronger presence or a presence on that and being involved. So I'm just really excited to see a very robust plan moving forward of community engagement and outreach, because it will take time to rebuild some of that enrollment, of course, but it's going to take a lot of hard work. So I'm just really excited to see sort of the plans and to get reports or data back from some of our areas of growth when we do meet with the community. Because I think that's one of the great things about our community is they are very forthright or very open to saying, hey, community college district, we need the following, or this would be great, or we have this program at Oxnard College, but it's full. Can you grow it? And these types of things, but we need to hear that data. So it's great to hear the good, but we also need to hear areas of growth from our community. And it's just not possible to attend every single meeting. So of course we depend on the colleges and district to do that, but that information coming back, you know, even things like new police equipment or whatever it may be, like we need to hear that in a sort of strategic way. So I'm seeing eagerness now.
I just wanted to say, this is our board evaluation and how we did on this, not, you know, not how the rest of the room collectively did and how we did. I found I got to attend more because they were virtual and it was, you know, easier to book myself just in back-to-back Zoom meetings all day long because it didn't have to drive. And I wonder how it's going to, but this is from a board perspective, were we out there meeting with our K-12 partners, our city councils, and other community organizations. Yeah, that everybody else needs to do it too and report back to us, but this is us.
Sure. And no, I appreciate those comments. I guess, and I think we'll get to that when we develop our new goals moving forward. But I think that's a fundamental maybe difference I have on these board goals is I firmly believe our board goals should be district goals and there should be alignment. And I think it's a slippery slope because I don't want to go out and meet with, you know, Ventura Unified independently on my own. Like I truly see a partnership opportunity as the district to go with the district and support the district. Well, okay, but let me finish. So I guess what I'm saying is as we develop our new goals, I'm glad you brought that up because I do want to see a stronger alignment of our goals representing the district goals and our district goals representing the board goals. But we'll get to that. So I guess that's why I keep sort of branching out as a district getting out there because I think if we're detached from the district, then they do just, they're isolated as board goals. But we'll get to there. So, okay. Cool. Point taken. No, I think it's a valid point. Trustee Mantu.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee McKay. This is us, but it's also important that we have information in order to be able to better support the efforts. And I think my comment was going to be that this is going to factor heavily in the next agenda item discussion when we talk about our support for enrollment recovery and rebuilding ourselves.
Trustee Pettis?
Yeah, just real quickly, you know, we are the policy setting body of the district. And the college plans, the district plans, all should be in alignment. In fact, all of our plans should be in alignment, ideally, you know. So I think the goal of today and ongoing efforts will be just what you're looking for, Chair, and that is that activities that occur are driven at the larger policy level, what we set as a board. And so that will naturally occur. And yes, I just want to amplify the point that this is assessing our evaluation, not what happens outside of this science necessarily. But a lot of this introspection and some of the comments will very definitely feed into the next agenda. So thank you.
Just wanted to say when I read this question, which is important, I think as we move forward, that we go over our board goals before we do our evaluation, or so we're under the same understanding. I looked at it as I would support, meaning I would approve special funding, like for example, the 2 million in March that we went ahead and said, okay, let's get this 2 million so the colleges are able to go and do what they need to do the work in terms of enrollment, or whenever they present, for example, plans, they're like, this is money that we receive. We're going to use this money in order to be able to do this type of recruitment or be able to provide students with their basic needs. So when I read this goal, is did the board support the district's efforts, saying, okay, yes, and what else do you need? And so when I read something like this, I'm looking at it, yes, there's the PR aspect of it, of course, where we go and we meet with elected officials, we meet with different districts, and we do the part, what we should be doing as a board. But I see it more as specifically in these items, did I look at it, is there equity? What is it that they need? Am I going to be in support of these funds? Because the colleges are saying we need these funds in order to get to our students. So when I read this, and this is how I interpret it more as the decisions that I'm making to support the colleges, in essence, the district, because well, we're a district, in order to be able to do the work of enrollment. So when I saw it more that way as a board. Did we do that? And I saw for us that we've been very supportive as a board in being able to provide our colleges with the needs that they've had. And we continue to still be very supportive, particularly during the pandemic. So I rated it from that lens. So I just wanted to share the lens that I took.
Well, yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I think it was Trustee Matthew that said, or maybe I can't remember now, but how a question can be interpreted so many different ways. Maybe it was Vice Chair McKay. I can't remember. Anyways. Okay, question 7, academic year 21. That's the one we're on, right? Okay, great. Okay. Approve district board level student success and performance metrics. We have some green, we have some blue, and we have some, I don't know what color that is. Goldenrod. I used to work for Caltrans, and man, goldenrod was a big color. Anyways, Trustee Matthew. That's a fantastic question.
It's not even phrased as a question.
Yeah, and I think I can help everybody with this one so we could maybe move through it pretty quickly. We are asking for 302 for the board to formally approve the 4 broad strategic goals so that then we can go ahead and finalize then the strategies as well as the measures of success. So again, with all that we had happening around the pandemic year, plus work in the staff around the Vice Chancellor of IE area, we're not as far along as we'd like to be, but you represented the timeline at the state of the district, and we're really hoping to have the fully vetted district strategic plan for 21-27 to the board for approval by November or December. Okay, yeah, and so for this one, I could see why there's a lot of no opinions, because we didn't do much of the work other than we did a first reading of those 4 broad goals, and we are asking for the board to approve those, because that then lets us do the work of then finalizing the strategies and the outcomes.
So Chancellor Gillespie, this would be a measure of how much we feel embracing and supporting those metrics.
The work, yeah, of us developing those.
I think for these questions, for me, I listed we support it. So I feel that as a board, we are very supportive of what our district wants to do. I did add in my comments that we really do need to look at the performance metrics and the levels of student success indicators to ensure they're aligned with an equity-based lens, and defining specifically what equity means, because equity can mean different things for people. And so I think we need to come to a consensus in terms of what does it mean? What is that equity that we're going to be looking at? For example, I know we're going to be looking later at our goals, and I have questions in terms of the percentages, how that came about. What are we looking at? Are we looking what statistical purpose? How did we come about it? So there'll be a lot of those questions that I'm going to be having as we're moving forward with our metrics, because I want to define in terms of equity and how did we take equity into consideration. So those are all my questions that are going to be coming up, because that's going to be really important as we're moving forward with the diversity, equity, and inclusion work, is how is our metrics reflecting that, and even the percentages. So if we said 5%, is that equitable? And so of course I'm going to hold my comments until the next section, but I have a lot to share as we're moving forward with our board goals. That was just my comment for this section.
Okay, excellent. And yeah, the only one for me, because I think hearing from the chancellor and is the goal here was for us to just listen, and I guess to connect to the CBT comments I had, and further in question 9 with AB 705, is I think what would be helpful for me would be to have some direct recommendations that we could then get behind and support, right? So for example, if there's something with student success or performance metrics, and I'll give an example, like let's say students within the pandemic were struggling in these large class sizes on Zoom. So the district made a decision on operations to lower class size at a temporary level, or to float more classes with lower class size. Then we could, on the policy level, allocate the funding or make sure that's supported, do what we need to do to get the job done. And then I could say, well, yeah, we supported that, but just supporting by listening or seeing something, I don't know. I have a hard time like justifying that as support. That to me is just listening. So anyways, question 8. Academic year 21, board goal number 4, manage cost increases and continued reoccurring expenses with reoccurring funding, and prioritize the same medical benefits plan for all employees with quality coverage and lower costs. No comments. For me, the wording was a little tricky on this one, because actually, with the success, Chancellor, that goes to you with switching over to CalPERS and having everyone on one medical plan. It's actually created a huge surplus, right? Or a reallocation of funds that used to go from medical that are now going back to for salaries and things of that nature. So again, just sort of the support level on that and seeing that. So anyways, question 9. Academic year 21, board goal 5, supported student-centered AB 705 implementation to help students complete college level English and math. Comments on that? A lot of green on that one. So
being addressed in our goals, and there's percentages, which that'll be another question I have. But I just, one of the things is to make sure, again, going back into the equity piece of it, is ensuring that we're looking also at our dropout rates as much as we celebrate our success rates. I know it's always hard for a district, and I recognize that it's always hard to, we celebrate our successes, and that's typically what we want to be able to showcase. But I think as we're moving forward, it's also being courageous, being that district that says we're going to also show the areas of growth. And so we're also going to show our Ds and Fs and no passes and how we're improving, because this is a lot. And it takes courage to do that. And I understand, because districts, not us, but just in general, people don't present the areas that need improvement. But I think as we're moving towards social justice, what beautiful work for us to be leaders and to be able to come at the state level and say, these were our numbers. We're celebrating our successes, but we recognize these are the areas of growth, and this is how much we've grown in being able to reduce the number of Ds, Fs, and no pass. And this is what interventions we have for our students, because this is social justice work and equity work, and this is transparent work. And to come out as a district and then present at a state level, to take our team at the district level and say, during social justice work, here's our successes and here are other areas that are part of also our students that we are reaching out to. So I'm hoping that as we move forward with English and math, we look into those areas, but also we don't forget our adult learner. And so a lot of the conversations are being focused and tailored towards our students that are coming from the high schools, but at the community college, there's people that simply just want to take a certificate class or certificate program to be able to get a raise at their current job. There's a lot of people that are not interested in transferring, but especially right now, as we're looking at enrollment, is how are we tailoring to our adult learner who maybe just needs to take a couple of classes and they're not in geared towards a certificate program. So I think that it's important that we don't lose sight of that student. I know this was specific to AB 705, but then do we need to have another question specific to our adult learner, our community college that doesn't fit your typical transfer? So because we run the risk of becoming, and there's assembly bills coming our way, and I learned this from other board meetings that I watched. Assembly bills coming our way they're very much focused on certificates and which are really good at making different agreements with the UCs and Cal States in terms of having like a unified kind of breadth requirements for our students that they can take. But there isn't much done at the level for our students that don't fall under transferring under a CTE program. And that's a student I want to make sure we don't leave behind, because we are a community college and we're not in the business of simply just preparing students to transfer. That's great. We're going to have a baccalaureate program, but we're in the business of being here for whatever our community needs. And the adult learner, I feel, is one that's missing at the state level as well, because I'm seeing a lot of just information in terms of, English and math. What about our students that are not there? What about our students who are struggling or saying, I'm not interested in English and math. I just want to just get these courses. So I think we need to have a goal for our adult learner, and as we're coming up, so in our evaluation, we don't lose that learner as we're going forward with our equity work.
Those comments, Trustee Perez? No, good. Okay. Okay. Question 9. The only thing I had, this one was tricky. It was almost like the teacher hat in me came on, like, okay, did we support student-centered AB 705 implementation? It's like, okay, are we in classrooms? And I know that's never, of course, the intent there. But I guess it just reiterates what does the district need to do this work, and we're supporting that. So I know it's our self-evaluation, but are we just sort of hearing the implementation, being like, okay, we support it, we say we do, let's move on, but we have to get behind something we're supporting embedded in this. So Trustee Mantu.
Comment of it was number 4 on the list. And I just wanted to reiterate how positive I feel about our commitment to doing this, whether there's a piece of legislation or not. And that I think we do have that degree of enlightenment and commitment to helping everyone that attends our system, whether we're asked to do so by law or not, because we do so out of good conscience. And we've been doing this work for a long time. And I applaud the colleges for, how well this appears to be going.
Thank you for those comments. All right, question 10. The board acts as a cohesive unit and complies with its code of ethics policy and conflict of interest policy, and corrects the conduct of board members who violate these policies. So looks like we have some green and some blue a little bit there. Any comments before we get to question 11? Okay, great.
On a journey, and this is one of those questions that I would have answered 2 different ways. And so I think we recognize within ourselves that we have more work to do in terms of our cohesion and coming together. And yet we're not necessarily doing anything unethical or have any conflicts of interest. But this was one of those that, I really wish would have either been 2 questions or somehow better phrased.
And I will add for the board, with this one and the following, these all tie to the accreditation standards related to the board, but there may be ways they can get worded better or even separated out.
Trustee Torres.
I feel we've been doing really good. And so I'm one of the ones that actually said that I agree. So I'm one of the positive ones and comments and I'm number one. So if everybody wants to read my comment, I'm number one. So I put it out there. I don't need to be anonymous. We're together as a team, but I respect everybody else. And I feel that we do work cohesively. I appreciate the dialogue. I think when you look at relationships, it's in the deliberation process and the dialogue that you grow stronger together. And it's healthy to have different perspectives because we learn from each other. And I certainly have learned very much. And we embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion by being able to bring those perspectives and ask those questions. And sometimes, yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer, but I have seen an improvement where we've been taking longer because, God, look at the issues. Reopening. We're talking about vaccinations. We're talking about so many things coming our way. Where are the colleges, the dropout rate? I mean, they're major issues, major issues. And I would say if we were out of here in 2 hours, that would really send a message of how serious are we taking things. And I think because we're so committed alongside with our colleges, with our entire team, which is our board, everyone, we have meetings that have been very beneficial. The reports that have been coming to us from the colleges with the money coming from the federal government, having that dialogue of how is it being spent? What are the needs of our students? How does it look like? What the colleges are doing in terms of revamping and creating settings outside. I mean, we've, in this last year, and I want to say since January on, we've had to talk about so many things because it's so important work. So I have seen the cohesiveness of the board. I also feel that we have civility and respect to one another. Having difference of opinions doesn't mean we don't respect each other. It means we're diverse. And that's the beauty of our board, that we don't think the same because we learn from each other. And I just jumped into, the next question, but my comments were I agree with everything of where we are. And can we improve and can we do better? Absolutely. And that's what we're looking at. We're going to determine whether we continue with 2 meetings or not. Are they being effective or are they not? And so I think being willing to try different things, explore with standing committees, not having standing committees, that says a lot about who we are as a board. And I believe that we follow the ethics of policy in terms we are strong. I feel we are a strong board.
Thank you for that. And you are correct. A lot of that was question 11, and I'll read it out and then we can continue if there are any other additional comments. Question 11, board meetings are efficient and professional with civility and respect. And we had a two kind of split down the middle on that one. Okay, well, I think it is appropriate on that one for me to briefly mention as board chair, and I've said this before, I've really taken this one to heart, and I think it's evident in the different options and things that we've tried to do to get there and to improve efficiency. But I do feel very good that we do work well through civility and respect and with a professional manner. So it's good to know. Okay. That is going to take us to drum roll 3.02, establishment of the 2021-2022 board performance goals, budget input. Chancellor Gillespie.
Thank you. And also just make you aware, I don't know when you want to take a little break in the morning either. Everybody's, yeah.
Let's do a break till 10:30.
A bagel back there, coffee, enjoy yourselves. Yeah.
Okay, we are back. Thank you, trustees. And I believe, Vice Chair McKay has some in a second. Yeah. Some closing comments before we get to our board before 3.02. Okay, Vice Chair McKay.
My mouth. 1 second. So as it relates to the board self-evaluation, Trustee Torres and I did meet about it early in the late in last year and early in this year. And we really had intended and wanted to change the evaluation instrument. And there was just a lot going on this spring. We were, working with schedules and working with reopening and lots of things. And so we opted to stay with the same instrument for this year. We actually changed our policy though, to just include the board. We had for the last probably 6 years about included consultation council in our self-evaluation, but we just didn't feel that it was what we wanted it to be. We wanted to do the evaluation, be as reflective as we could, meet our accreditation standard and do a thoughtful self-evaluation. But we really hope to significantly change the instrument and the input that we get. And so I just think it was important that as we went through this, that it wasn't lost on Trustee Torres and I that there were a lot of issues with this evaluation instrument that need to get fixed, but we just didn't mess with it a lot this year, knowing that we were going to make significant changes for next year. So just wanted to offer some clarity on that. Yeah, please.
Things that we have scheduled moving forward in terms of making it an inclusive process. So we are actually going to be holding district board town hall meetings at each one of the different colleges. And we have tentative schedules for October of visiting the colleges, and that's where we're going to meet the community. So it'll be an invitation to the community of our students, our staff, our faculty, our community members to come and meet with the board. And it gives us an opportunity to have discussions because many times it's just this way. So they can come, they can submit a comment. There's no dialogue with the board and the community. And going to the actual colleges gives us the opportunity to be at the actual college and also meet them where they're at and be accessible in terms of these moments that we're moving towards DEI work. And what better way than to really be there, to listen to people's concerns. And we've been so detached for such a long time. And so it gives us an opportunity to be at the actual campus, be there for those conversations. And before we have the official, it'll be similar to kind of like a state of the district, but prior to the state of the district, each one of the board members will have a table and we'll be talking about a specific topic. And members of the public can come and talk to us about the specific topic. And so it'll give us as a board the opportunity to interact with the community, get input, and then share it with the rest of us as a board member. So we're really moving forward into making something very inclusive, very holistic in terms of getting input to really get a good self-evaluation of how we're doing as a board. So we evaluate each other, but now we have included our entire community to come in and to give us input. And there's talk about actually having potentially like an evaluation that may be going out at some point to our colleges. That wasn't necessarily finalized. It was just a conversation, but definitely the town hall meetings, and those will happen in October. And we're thinking about having another one in the spring. So as a board, we're really looking into getting out there into our colleges and being with the community that we really represent and to listen to them and then come together as a board. So those are some upcoming events that are coming up as part of the evaluation process for next year.
Okay, thank you for that update, Vice Chair McKay and Trustee Torres. Next is 3.02, establishment of the 2021-2022 board performance goals, budget input. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, so for this item, there's really two main things for the board to accomplish here. The first one is to come up with the 2021-22 board performance goals. And you can kind of have those set up into two categories. One's going to be what you'd see as ongoing performance goals. And the second one would be any goals that you'd see wanting to accomplish in this year coming up that would be more, have an actual end this year. And, I think that the discussion that the board just had around the looking at your evaluation of the goals we had for this past year, I think really illustrates that some editing needs to occur and really looking at what do you want to have as your goals of a board for moving ahead. And for these goals, you do get to define your kind of strategies for accomplishing the goal as well as the outcome. For example, the board could just have a performance goal of, we're going to follow our ground rules that we've established. You could have that as a goal. And you could then have strategies around that. You'll be aware of what they are. You'll document that, yes, we followed them. Yes, we didn't. And you can evaluate your performance on that. You could have a board goal around we're going to complete the board policy review in the next 24 months and incorporate the DEI perspective in that. That's the board. You'll evaluate your performance on that. Because a lot of these, the conversation was around staff performance really too. And I think that's where those 6-year strategic goals get into really where the staff's really involved with how are we helping achieve those broad strategic goals. But these really need to be updated because another board goal could be you're going to support efforts at the colleges and district office to protect the health and safety of employees during this ongoing pandemic because it's still here. There again, you'll have policies that you can be passing things to support and you can evaluate how you did. Another example could be there was discussion around legislation. If the board as a whole wants to actively follow all legislation impacting community colleges and regularly be connecting with our legislators, make that one of your goals. So I think it's looking at these more on what do you want to accomplish as a board, your priorities, knowing that you have the 4 strategic goals and all the strategies that we'll be talking about afterwards that are more designed to be looking at how we're serving students, the community, but try like number 5 that you have, continue to serve in local state leadership. That's a good one for the board. It's very clear. You as a board control that. I think some of these others do fit better under either it's a chancellor performance goal or it's something related to our strategic plan. So just as I work with the board, I'm coming up with my goals for the year. This is the opportunity for you as the board to define your performance goals for the year. And then how are you going to determine that you've met that? And I don't think that a number of these goals were very helpful for that, if I consider the conversation. So anyway, that's one thing to get done with this session. And then the second thing is to discuss the 4 strategic goal areas that we have and to get board approval there. And plus you also have the draft strategies and measures of achievement. And this would be an opportunity for board input. So the board is defining the goal or the end we'd like to accomplish. So let's just take the first one. The board is defined increasing student access and success. That's one of the board ends. So how do we achieve that end of increase in access and success? Well, that's where we work and the staff has developed the draft of listed strategies that are there. That's how those are the operations we will take to increase student access and success. And then we've developed the draft measures of achievement to be able to come back to the board and say, you wanted us to increase access and success. These are the metrics we have to show the progress that's been made. And these are over, again, it covers a 6-year period. And the strategies, the measures of achievement, those are all in the process of getting reviewed and then finalized at the college level as well. So this is a great opportunity for the board to give their input into those and again, take action to approve those 4 broad strategic goals. So those are the 2 things to accomplish. And we could probably spend, up till noon on that if the board wants to take that much time, still then have time to get the other items done. So with that, I know Trustee McKay and Trustee Mantooth agreed to help to facilitate the discussion for these 2 points here. Oh, and also to include the budget input into your strategic goals. So if you have, when you're discussing the strategic goals, you see the strategies, measures of success, if there's budget input that you'd want to provide in how to help accomplish those goals, this would be a good time to do that. And that can be incorporated in at the August study session.
Just a quick question, Chair. So who created this draft document then?
So the 4 strategic goals were created during a couple of meetings with the board. And we did a first reading of them on March 9th. So now they're coming back to be finalized with the strategies and the measures of achievement. That's really been mainly myself, Dr. Buckley started it a little bit, and now Cynthia's been taking it over. And the strategies and the measures of achievement that didn't have any numbers in it had been talked about with the academic and classified senates. They were shared with the institutional research folks, but they haven't been finalized yet. So we still need that discussion to get them finalized now that we have numbers in there. And then this document will be the core foundational piece of our strategic plan that will be put together and vetted at the colleges. It doesn't need college approval, but we do want it vetted for their recommendations because they're actively involved in attaining these measures of achievement. And then it'll come back to the board for approval.
Yeah, so follow-up question. So with that history, I guess my question was, how current is this draft document? When was the last
Very.
update?
Cynthia, I think we just updated it a little bit ago. Yeah. Here this summer, basically. Yeah.
The actual measurements of achievement and the strategy, the measures were actually done just recently within the last 30 days since I've been here. But to be honest with you, there's still a system that we need to develop around this as far as identifying how we're going to communicate all of this with the colleges and receive the feedback. And we want to integrate it into our district-wide participatory governance enrollment management committee. So there are some steps that need to be done before we can finalize it. That's why I asked for it to be not done till December, because I want to make sure that we go through the participatory governance process. We are able to communicate why we selected these measures and how we selected these measures. So everybody, we're all on the same page.
Chancellor and Chair, just a couple of opening comments, if I may, as one of the designated facilitators, because I'm shortly going to defer to my more seasoned colleague. But I guess one of the questions is going to be, in what order does the board wish to pursue this? Do we want to go through the 4 strategic goals first, or the board goals and objectives ahead of that? We can do it either way, but the thing that occurs to me is, I think if I understand the Chancellor correctly, these 4 goals, the goals and goal headings are something that you would like to see this board embrace and prove, but the objectives and the measurements are still in flux, correct? And we want to engage in a lively discussion about that, recognizing that when you start putting numbers on here, you know, targeted numbers, which we've asked for, that once you first engage in battle in the war, the plan goes out the window. So we have to also recognize that no matter what we put down here is subject to change, because that's the way the world works. But it's very, very important. And I want to thank you for coming up with some numbers that we can begin to work with and trying to finalize those numbers with more global input from all constituencies ahead of December. But the other comment I wanted to make is about the board's goals, those that are ongoing versus those that might be more short-term. And that is, I love the words simple and elegant, and less can be more. If we can find a heading or a goal statement that will include, that is broad enough to include things that maybe we didn't anticipate, or we don't have to flesh out with too much wording, that we try to get by with a lesser number of goals. 5 is a lot. 3 is optimum in my world. And so that might be something that we could use as a guideline as we move forward in our discussion. And I think that there will be a lot of opportunity to be more specific with the short-term goals for the coming academic year. Things that we know we want to accomplish. And I think those things can be more targeted and more specific. So that would be my opening salvo. Trustee McKay.
My thought had been that we would go through what we have. And I think we can just put an axe through, because even as we stumbled through them today, we realized they weren't really board evaluation tools. And then those that we want to keep and somehow tie into these 4 strategic goals so that they do all tie together. So my thought was to quickly go through, because like Stan, I believe 3 is a good number for goals. 5 is a lot, 10 is a laundry list. And they're no longer goals. I do believe though, in some of these short-term academic year goals, like to really make sure that we get that we do the town halls, so that doesn't slip by and not get done, that we do get out to each college, and not in a formal way, like when we used to go out and do our board meetings at each college, that we really do these informal listening tours from the board going to the colleges. That would be something I would see as an academic year board goal. As opposed to when we look at that, let's just call it number 1, achieve increased hiring diverse employees within the district and its colleges. They're really, other than if the board could magically get through all the hiring policies, that's really the only way we can affect that goal. And so I don't really see that as a board goal. We might want to, the DEI group is working to increase our knowledge about DEI so that we can apply the lens to all of our policies. That might be something that we can tie to these goals. But anyway, if we could just quickly run through, maybe start with Trustee Perez, what would you want to keep and what would you want to toss of what we already have?
Word.
Right.
I have a clarifying question before we get started. And I guess my question is, what are starting on page 35 or the draft document, those goals? So if someone were to say, whose goals are those? That document that was there, yeah.
That document back up, please.
Yeah, this is the,
Yeah, so if you look there at the top of the page, if you can go up a little bit. All right, so goal 4, develop a culture that values students, collaboration, and the success of each employee. That goal was established through conversations with the board. And
Okay.
they are our VCCD district goals that will be in place over the next 6 years.
My question is, before we kind of go backwards and look at our previous goals, what's stopping us from the 4 goals in this document, then embracing those as our goals? Because to me, these are our goals. So I don't know why we need then separate goals specifically for board that, I guess, why can't our board goals be the district goals?
So
And then everything,
Yeah, so one of the accreditation standards does require that the board annually evaluate their performance. And by that performance, it means
We
How
have to
are-
have performance goals.
how are you related with things like I used examples of your following ground rules. You completed BP review from a DEI perspective. You were engaging in communications with legislature. So the board needs to have some performance goals related to their work as an efficient board, just like I have goals as a chancellor. And I'm really the one responsible then for working with all the staff and everyone to implement the strategies to those measures of achievement. So you've defined our broad district goals, the vision and direction we want to attend to, but as a board, you need to have your own performance.
I mean,
goals.
we could say our performance goals are, goal number 1, support, increase access and student success. That's all we can do is support it. We can't.
right.
And so,
That's
it's-
what I'm getting at. And to me, like goal number 1 on this document, it's currently it's increase access and student success. I see an opportunity to, maybe add ensure equitable, and, add in the word equity there that then allows for increased access and success. So like, to me, that's a great board goal and it is measurable. Like, did we provide the oversight to get the work done? And the policy language and the budget allocation and the approval of the process to do this. I guess I hear what you're saying, Chancellor Gillespie, but I'm still not clear on why these goals can't be something that we evaluate our work to support the district's work.
Could someone pull up standards
So-
for the board evaluation standards so that we can make sure that we hit it?
Yeah, but because as Trustee McKay stated, you can't have it, and it would be support. And the other thing, if you go back to, if we could have on the screen, move up to goal 1, please. The goals are meant to be fairly broad over the 6-year period. And if you'll notice within there under the strategies, I believe, Cynthia, isn't DEI included in the strategies, or is that under, I think we have number 2 as a whole separate goal on that. So if you go to goal 2,
Yes.
that's close academic achievement and support services equity gaps across all racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, and gender groups. The board wanted that put in there. So we put in there for the first reading in March. That's basically, all of that's dealing with DEI. So, I don't mind the board considering word edits to it, but again, you have a whole goal specific to DEI with strategies listed under that. And those are things that are going to help increase.
Well, I do have to say that having used the word simple and elegant, that Chair Chancellor's suggestion has merit. And especially in light of our discussion regarding the need for alignment with what we're doing and what the district is doing.
Yes, I just wanted to add that just to make sure we have alignment with our goals from the board, district, and colleges. So we're all in alignment as an entire district that we are. So because we are that family, so just like there's a sister colleges, but then we're part of the same family. And so we all have the same vision, the same mission. And so we believe the same. And so having the goals start being the same is really important. So I'm looking towards the leadership of Chancellor Gillespie, maybe helping us. And
The
that's my
board should be establishing their goals and then the district. The district should establish their goals before the board does.
I think somebody's not muted, so we were able to hear their comments. So I think as we move forward, I'm looking forward to Chancellor Gillespie leading as we have as a board, being able to come together as a district. So we have the board goals, we have the district goals, and we have the college boards. I mean, the college's goals, it'd be the same one. And so for Chancellor Gillespie, because I know you have a lot of experience in terms of the accreditation and how to word them and helping us be able to create our goals as a board that mirror what we have here, because they're simple and elegant, using the words that Trustee Mantis mentioned, and they're equity, and just adding the word equity, because that's really important. And then so we're all following the same, because they're the same beliefs we all have, but we all have it within the same language. So I also want to echo my support to ensure that we have the same goals and that we're meeting accreditation standards. And I know that at that point, Dr. Gillespie, you'll be able to help us and ensure that we are meeting them, and that we have them written in such a way that our performance board goals mirror this, and we're still meeting accreditation, because I know in our last board meeting, you've been participating in various. So I know that you're really good on this area. So I'm looking for your leadership in helping us accomplish this.
Yeah, so I think it'd be useful to go ahead and put goal 1 back up on the screen then. And, you know, I think we can't put the DEI emphasis in there enough, really, because that is really what we're wanting to accomplish. So it sounds like, Josh, what was the wording you had there?
Ensure equitable, ensure equitable and increase access and student success, or somehow increase. And I think of that because if we're going to do that, through the lens of equity, to make sure we're doing it at all 3 colleges, which I know we are, but then the budget will support that. The work will support that. And then we can, of course, evaluate our role as trustees and say, yeah, we did do that. We did that through approving a budget. We did that through improving the policies to make sure that work gets done. That would be my recommendation.
Question.
We love questions.
So these goals that are put in here, measurements of achievement 1.1 references the chancellor's office. I'm guessing that means the state chancellor's office, correct? Okay. So these percentages by 20%, that comes from the chancellor's office vision for success.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So to ensure a couple of things. One, alignment of overarching policy, and to help with definition of terms, I think we should specifically cite the vision for success in this document at the beginning of this particular goal. And that'll be helpful as the information starts to get out into the field, because the vision for success, the work that's been ongoing, and as I said, at the state and at the campuses, involves various PG groups such as Senate and classified. What's the term? Association of Certified Human Resource Officials, ACRO. So I think that would be very helpful early on to put that information in here. And just, I'm sorry, just a process question. I agree with what the chair and Trustee Mantooth have said about keeping it simple. But the process question I have is, based on what the chancellor said, don't we still need to have a separate document when we have our own board goals?
Yeah, you will. Yeah.
Okay, but very good.
Yeah,
Wanted to
you
make sure
will.
I understood.
Yeah. And if I could, with this increase equitable access and student success, is we're wanting to try to make things broad and then measurable and so on. Equitable access, it's increasing equitable access, equitable student success. That's different than just increasing access and student success. And we're gonna, have that in goal 2. But because I'm wondering if increased access and student success for all students or all members of our community. I'm trying to have it to where we can have real measures of achievement around our accessing the students' access to success, and then other measures of achievement that are tied really directly to closing equity gaps and increasing representation of diverse populations. Because I'd almost feel like combine measures of achievement from two and the strategies from two into one and get rid of goal two. I'm trying to, help us sort this out.
Okay.
About goal 2 though is that it's also very specific into what we're addressing, like the equity gaps across all racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, and gender groups. Maybe we make a long one, a long. I mean, I know it won't be simple and elegant, but it will be able to bring two into one. So I hear what you're saying, Greg, because you're saying we can add it, we can bind them. And then we'll be able to bring in some of the measurements from goal 2 and strategies over to be something more comprehensive on a goal 1 and really make it a focus. And so because we're eliminating then a goal, the focus is going to be, we're defining what access and student success, and then we're making it more specific to 2, right? I like that.
Putting equitable in front of access, that we want to increase equitable access. But I think that, and then adding that we want to achieve the vision for success objectives. But I think to then try and weave all of these very specific things from vision for success woven in with these very specific things for DEI in goal 2, we're going to end up with these verbose goals that are very difficult to evaluate in the end. And so I'm just trying to, we've done this in the past where we've tried to combine goals, and that's how we end up with something like number 4 here. And so I'm just cautioning that that's where we're going again.
What I'm looking at it, and if there's a way then to get the data. So everything that we're doing is DEI. So with Greg, and the way I interpreted Greg's statement was, for example, if I'm looking at the measurements of achievement, which is pretty much at this moment, we're looking at certificates. I want to make sure that there was equity like DEI in it. And I don't have that information here because this goal doesn't address it. I mean, we'll have equity, but at the same time, you're kind of counting twice. So now you have a goal where I'm having to look at how many certificates were provided, how many students did the math and English, and I have to provide you the demographic area. And then I'm going to go back to goal 2, and I'm going to have to provide you the exact same information to demonstrate racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, when I need to provide you that already for goal number 1, because you're asking me to provide that with the certificates that I was able to provide to students. So what we're really saying, because the way we currently have it, we're asking the district and colleges to provide the data twice, and they can just do it once. So for example, if you look at the measurements of achievement on goal 2 for 2.3, which is talking about the decrease of percentage of DNFs and MP for basically AB 705. Well, not necessarily. It's for all of them, but we can look at it within all of our disciplines and add that, and not only make it to AB 705, because then we have here AB 705 in goal number 1. And then again, why is it that we're just looking for success rates for AB 705? Because what about the other courses? The way we're defining success in goal number 1 is by certificates, but not by courses. So are we only looking at AB 705 because it's legislation? Because then that defeats the purpose of equity. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like we have to decide, what do we want to look like? What is it? What information do we want? And then are we able to
I just
combine
don't think
metrics?
we can change the state chancellor's vision for success metrics. They're there. And that's what these are. And so and you're right, but the vision for success metrics asks for a 20% increase in unduplicated headcount of students. We want it to be a diverse group and through a DEI lens, but the way the state chancellor brought these vision for success objectives to us are like this. And I'm not sure that we have the the freedom to change those.
Yeah.
Can I make a comment, please? I'm sorry, I'm listening to the discussion. It's very good discussion. I think the difference is in goal 1, we can disaggregate that by ethnicity, gender, and age so that you get your disaggregated impact. But when we're looking at goal number 2, we're looking at gaps in success. So we're looking at disproportionate impact. And we very specifically want to look at that because we want to make sure that we're providing equitable across. And so I think it's good to keep them separate because for measure number 1, we can always disaggregate it so that you can see the impact. But when we're talking about disproportionate impact and gaps, we need to be very focused in where our gaps are at and what our plans are to achieve that. Does that make sense?
It does.
I'm going to try and follow some ground rules that we all kind of speak and then have an opportunity to come back. So trustee Mantooth, and then I have a comment, and then we'll circle around again if anybody has additional comments, but just to try and go ahead.
One of the blessings and the curses of having diverse opinions is we have a document like this, and we all want to put our particular stamps on it or think we have found better ways to frame it. I think we need to be careful with that. I recommend that we not try to combine goal 1 and goal 2. I think you can make the statement in goal 1 stronger by saying increase access and success for all students. Period. You've got equity in your second one. And if we're reporting out on data, data can be in support of either one or both goals in the same report. So I think what I'm trying to advocate for is also preserving that alignment that the state wants to see. So if we hit on all 3 legs of the stool, which is the board, the district, and the state chancellor's office, we're better off. Because we already have a format here. We may not like exactly the way certain words sound, and that kind of thing, but we could be.
Hold on. We got 2 conversations going here. So, okay.
We could be here for a very, very long time trying to pick this apart.
Right. And my comment is, I think the measures of achievement and strategies should be flexible and fluid, right? So for example, on goal number 1, to me, it's also an appropriate place for some facilities issues, right? And the equity that would follow with facilities. I don't see that right now. I don't see that anywhere in these, but to me, goal 1 would be like facilities, master plans, and what's going to come about that would ensure student success, right? Making sure that we can provide for student success in a changing climate, what we're going to do. So I guess what I'm saying is, I like the idea of these aligned goals that are currently here. And then we as a board can continually get asks or data or changes that need to be made to achieve these goals.
And it's my understanding that these measurements and strategies are still in development. And so a suggestion like that could very well be incorporated without compromising the 4 overarching goals.
Right. Trustee Pettis, do you have something before we come back to Trustee Torres? Okay, great. Trustee Torres.
Okay. So thank you, everybody, for your perspectives. That's why I enjoy the conversations, because I see your point. So as I'm looking at the strategies listed here, there's F, adjust the local funding allocation model to align with the student-centered funding formula and prioritize need. And all of this is looking through an equity lens, right? Because I'm interested, as we look at a goal 1, which is going to be support for us as a board, support the increase of equitable access and student success. Do we have a community needs survey that was done? Like, I'm interested in knowing what are the needs for our Moorpark College, Oxnard College, Ventura College, a recent one that is being done. Not, I know that we've done, there's been surveys and maybe town halls perhaps that have been taking place, I'm not sure, at the colleges, but to get an idea of what they are. So for example, I'm interested in seeing, learning more about our colleges. our cities, how many residents, how many people reside in such city, how many graduates are we getting from Moore Park, from Ventura, from what are the demographic, what are the needs of our community? Because I think when we're looking also, and I don't know if that's going to be on goal number 2, but I'm interested in being able to say, okay, this is what we have in place. And when I'm able to say, this is what we're offering, this is our college, we had a survey piece, and based on a most recent community needs survey, this is what we have, and this is why this is what we're providing. And I think that's important to know in terms of where our colleges are, what are their needs. Would that fall under goal 1? Because when we're looking at equity, that's a piece that's missing. We need to have that information as a board. When we're looking at a budget, I need to know how does it look like? What are the demographics where our colleges sit? What are the needs? And do we have something like that most recent? Is that where does that input come in? Is it right now?
And I think, and I may be way off here, but to me, that's something we would evaluate as a board in our work. Right? So what you're asking for is, was there a survey completed, and did we take that survey into account for the work to do to make sure that we incorporated that survey data to increase access and student success?
Right, like for example, just and I, of course I'm not the expert, but sometimes it's just looking, okay, let's look at the demographics, population. Let's look at look at our boundaries of our colleges. What are the populations? How many people reside where? What are the graduate rates? Are we prepared, each one of our colleges, to be able to address the needs of each one of our communities within our 3 colleges? That information I don't have. I don't know what it looks like. And so I'm interested in having more of that aspect, especially right now. I think coming back after the pandemic, everything's changing. And so I think the more information we have, the more it allows us, as we're making decisions as trustees, from the policy level, from the budget level, especially from our strategic goals, it allows us to be able to have something that's reflective of the needs of the communities that we serve. So I'm assuming that would fall under, that would be something under goal 1 as we do our own performance evaluation of ourselves. Okay.
For sure. Okay.
I would love to see a community survey, a need survey, but as far as the demographics, don't we have those? Because isn't that how the student-centered funding formula is allocated? It was based upon those demographics. So
Yeah, we have that, and we have
established?
numbers on where the students are coming from that are at each college. We also have by zip code in the county, the number of students coming to the district colleges as a percentage of the population of those zip codes. And we can, again, just provide that following this discussion so that you all have that latest information.
That we can then decide what else we might want to see. I mean, there is so much value in doing really good surveys to find out what communities needs. They're costly. We're going to have to, put our money where our mouth is on that. But so I'd like to see what we already have and then see what we might want to know.
I think that would help us tremendously as trustees. So to see what we have, and then really, as we're moving forward with equity work, it's being able to do that, and I would love to see that. So I'm looking forward to that, and I think that's going to be really reflective of how we move forward with decisions throughout this year.
So we'll get that updated information probably next week. We'll pull it together and send those maps to you because they just probably need to be updated from spring semester.
Right.
Okay.
I have a quick question just for Chancellor Gillespie. I know we had talked about seeing growth plans from our colleges, especially with enrollment. Is that something that would fall under goal 1? Like if we wanted to see growth plans for our colleges, how it's going to look like, is that where it would fall under?
So really, right now, all the colleges are focusing on stopping the decline in enrollment and building the enrollment back. And Dr. Herrera mentioned about the Enrollment Management Committee getting going again. So that committee will actually be working to help support these measures of achievement and then working with colleges on their growth plans. I can't comment specifically on what growth plans each college has. They could, but they'll all be coordinated and working through this district-wide
And then,
committee.
Greg, if we wanted to, like, because I know we have many conversations and we never set like a timeline of where it would be like reasonable to see something. And I'd like as a board to start adding, and that was actually recommended. And I know Trustee Perez will know more in terms of the DI task force as we're monitoring the work. To be able to start setting up as a board decide, do we want to see this information on a monthly, quarterly basis? So for the growth plans, or which are like the enrollment plans, basically, or we're just calling them growth plans. And when we can see maybe the first draft of what they have, and it could be maybe starting as of, I don't know if August is too soon, or just an idea. It doesn't have to be comprehensive, because I know it doesn't have to be as comprehensive, but just where we're at, just like right now with the numbers, we said this is how it currently stands. Because with these numbers, I would also like them desegregated by college. So right now, when we're looking at equity, we have numbers that are district-wide. I want to see how Moore Park is doing. I want to see how Oxnard College is doing. I want to see how Ventura College is doing, because that really gives us good information of equity. So when we're looking at the measurements of achievement, I would like to see them per college. We can have them most certainly as per district, but then I would like the data desegregated even more so we get a sense of our colleges, because that's even going further into equity work to give us a sense of how we're doing. So is that something that?
Can I speak up? I think the Enrollment Management Participatory Governance Committee is going to address the system development that you're asking for. The thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at our charter and our membership, but what we're going to be doing is developing an annual plan. And that annual plan will address how are we identifying needs, what type of data are we collecting, what type of Tableau visualization do we need so you can have regular updates, what type of surveys are needed, and then an actual plan throughout the year to focus on enrollment challenges, opportunities, strengths, and weaknesses. So I think the system is going to be developed specifically to what you're talking about through our Enrollment Management Participatory Governance Committee.
Yeah, and I think Cynthia is correct, because at the district level, we've never had defined measures of achievement that we can then review and share with the board. So you'll be helping us with it as these comes out, because we want the information to be showing, yeah, well, here's what the chancellor and all the staff are showing us. Yeah, they're making progress here. And would have liked to have had this probably 2 years ago, but again, we've had a number of issues that we've been dealing with, and just having the personnel to pull it all together. And I'm looking forward to getting these established, and then you've seen how all this ties together. You're setting your 4 broad goals. We're using our resources to implement strategies that are moving these outcomes forward. And we've never really had an agreement in a district-wide metrics and that we can share.
Okay. In the specifics of this goal, because I would hold off, because I think what we need to do for right now is to sort of support the development or agreement of these goals. And then we can, of course, support the implementation of the goals throughout our process of being a trustee.
So as we're looking into, and then maybe this is just clarification for me. So as I'm looking into equity, for me, when I look at goal 1, which is also going to be my performance goal as a board, is, for example, I'd like to know the percentages, how we came about with these percentages, specifically for a district of this increase by 2027. That would be just good information to know why this number. And I know that it could potentially change. And then for me, when I look at equity, I want to see within our different colleges, like, and I don't know if that's something that needs to be included in our goals. So it's not, so it's known that this is important to also see how our colleges are doing, because we'll get information, the way that's written, I'll get information as a district, how we're doing. But then I'd like to also see it as a college. And is that something that I can just go on the dashboard and see on my own, like what I can with AB 705? Or is this something that the colleges would need to provide to me? If it's something that I can just go on the dashboard and see how the colleges are doing, I'm happy to do that. But if not, then I would like that to be reflected at some point, and I don't know where that would happen.
So just a couple of things with that one. So Dr. Herrera is working with all the colleges and she'll be taking the input today as she works to finalize the measures of achievement. But as I mentioned, these are the foundation for our 6-year strategic plan, district level. Each one of those metrics that are in there will have a basis that's described in that plan as to why we set that baseline and why that is our target. But I'd really encourage, Trustee Torres or any of the trustees that want to kind of get a preview as to how because these could change following our discussion with colleges. But if you want to know how they are now, just meeting with Dr. Herrera and she'll go over all of them in detail. But again, they could change. And Cynthia, I think you were going to add something as well.
Yeah, there was.
If I could say something first, when you talk about change and just a little, again, I'm going to take us a little of history on the whiplash change. Education doesn't move and change very quickly, but we are asking it to. Because from 2010, when I became a trustee, to 2014, we were watching to keep our numbers down. We were doing things specifically so that we didn't have unfunded FTES, beyond 500 was our district goal. And then it seemed overnight that then the rules changed and we all of a sudden had to start building again. And just as we started to get our arms wrapped around building, and actually one of our goals was to have more online classes, we had a pandemic and got our legs cut out from under us from an enrollment perspective. And yet we are still faced with the same need of having to grow enrollment. But it's only really been for 5 years that we were looking to grow enrollment. And more than a year of that was in a pandemic where every community college in the state, we've kind of said on calls that we thought that we were going to be the beneficiaries of students not being able to go to their 4-year institution. So why would they pay their tuitions? They're going to come to our colleges instead. And that just didn't bear itself out anywhere in the state. So we really got our legs cut out from under us. And so I just want to recognize the whiplash change. And as we look at these numbers, we don't know what next year could bring. It could bring another horrible budget cycle where unfunded FTES becomes part of our life again, or not. And so I just don't want to get too hung up on numbers that can change overnight. We've learned that. And so just wanted to not spend all day on numbers that obviously can change and will.
Trustee Mansi.
Remember correctly, one of the goals of a facilitator is to move things along. And I wonder if, and these questions are excellent and this discussion is excellent, but before we get too much more into the weeds on things which are going to change, which we've acknowledged are going to change, I wonder if we can reach consensus on 2 things. Number one, the approval of these goals for the district, and also whether or not we want to adopt these goals as our board goals, as ongoing goals, then begin our discussion of specific academic year objectives. If we can do that, because time
Yes, I
keeps passing.
agree with that. And I think if we can just look at the titles of each goal and see if there's any changes we'd like to place on those, and then kind of come to a consensus if we want to adopt those as our own board goals, along with being the district's goals. So I've heard 2 things on goal number 1, the word equitable being in there and not. I would like it there, and it's because I see a place for it in goal 2 as well. But the idea to me, and it does echo Trustee Torres's request for some data, which I think is that information needs to come later. But equity to me in some cases means, is there equitable opportunity at all 3 colleges, right? To go through a program and to complete. And there actually are some metrics and strategies for that. So for me, I would like to see the word equitable remain in there, but I'm open to suggestions. Okay.
in
Okay.
addition.
Oh, for goal 1 or 2? Okay, let's knock out goal 2 and then we'll get to goal 3 and goal 4.
For one, is it increase equitable access and success for all students? Because I know trustee Mantuz and people seem to like the for all students.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. All right. So that's it. We got one.
All right, goal 2.
And what I added to goal 2, just because we aren't the ones that are going to close the academic gap, that we're going to provide resources and support to close academic achievement and support services equity gaps across all racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, and gender groups. Doesn't matter. I mean, I have no ego in the authorship of this. I'm just trying to get through it.
Yeah. I got trying to think about it. Trustee Torres, go ahead, and then I do have a comment as well.
So when we say close the academic achievements and support services equity gaps, sometimes does this relate to programs and buildings as well? Or is this simply academic? Or do we look, I know that the first goal is for success, and then the second goal is we're going to look at those equity gaps that need to be closing achievement gaps. Does this also encompass structural things that we may need?
Discussed as coming under the heading of goal 1.
Is it
That
under
could be
goal
one of the
then?
measurement areas for goal 1, which goal 2 appears to be more specifically academic oriented.
I see it as goal 2 is specifically for equity gaps, or I'm sorry, academic like gaps. Some of our at-risk students or gaps within our student population. Could that mean some facility changes or improvements or something to support those at-risk students or students that have fallen into that gap? Of course, I see that as the case.
Yeah, that's why we're providing resources.
You could find a place under goal 2, you can find a
Yes.
place under goal 1, but we will.
Okay, I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure that that was that was stated by the board, that this is something we would consider if we needed to on either one with the
Sure.
success or equity gap. Okay.
Now, the reason why Trustee or Vice Chair McKay, I don't want to put, and I'm just one, provide resources is all of these goals to me, if it's a custodian, a faculty member, a college president, a chancellor, or a trustee, we have this goal and we know where our lane is in that goal. And I get what you're saying, like our job is to provide resources and the oversight and accountability, but I don't think we need to explicitly say that because we know it. I just want to, or just, we're going to do it. We're going to close the achievement or close academic achievement and support equity. I mean, basically the language that's there, or I'm happy to add the word support. That's fine.
Quick
I'm
question,
just worried about the operational sound of.
Support the closing of academic achievement, support services, equity gaps, et cetera, et cetera.
Everybody okay with that?
I think I answered my question. The community survey piece of it, that actually could be board initiated, and it could be an initiative from the board, and we can look at it more closely through the DEI ad hoc committee. So I think when we talked about what we currently have, and then if we're going to move forward with the community needs survey, we can actually be the board initiative that we send it forward, and we'll look more closely into it with the DEI task or our
Yeah.
DEI ad hoc committee.
I have that in my notes.
Yeah, and we'll take that on. So that's what I mean. I answered.
And
my
I
own
think
question.
those are the strategies that we have to embrace and put on our shoulders to properly evaluate ourselves. Like, did we do what's in our lane to achieve goal 2? Okay, so maybe one of the things is a survey, is to get out in the community, is to, and then the list goes on. And I think that that's a powerful way. And I think, and to echo your question, I do think we have some work to do on developing our own strategies, right? Because I do think a lot of these strategies are on the operation on the district side, but I think there's some added language that we can put for our own strategies to get the job done.
And I think as we're speaking, and it just came to me as the DEI ad hoc committee, we're just going to drive it as a board. So I think once we have our ad hoc committee, and if we need to get this information to drive policy and budget, we can start driving our own initiatives that will give us input. So I think that some of them could definitely be coming from our end. And as we move forward and we're really talking about these goals, I see us more doing that type of work. So I'm glad we're having this conversation, and thank you so much for everybody being here present and for Dr. Herrera sharing some of those comments of the work you've done, because that helps a little bit in seeing what's happening at the district level. And then what we can do as a board and driving our own initiatives and community needs surveys. That's what we're gonna do.
Okay, goal 3, actively support workforce and economic development in Ventura County through partnerships and relevant programs and pathways leading from education to careers. Any changes there? Okay. And
Especially pertinent for your adult learners too.
Trustee Perez.
Just for the readers in the reader's convenience, because it's not just us in the room that will be reading this document, where you have abbreviations CTE and ETP, maybe they should be written out at least the first time and then followed by the initials.
For our workforce and economic development, and maybe it's a given, but I wanted to just include it, the equity and through a DEI lens. So as we're looking at the workforce and we're looking into what type of partnerships we're going into and developing, that we're going into, we're creating scenarios that it gives access to every type of adult learner to be able to progress. And that we are building those partnerships with companies that also have those same values and beliefs. And I think when we include DEI, that's important, because I'll be interested in seeing the data also of who are our students, because we've had already adult learners come and speak to us at our board meetings, and I think it's important that we look at all of our learners that we have and start developing those partnerships that they can continue to grow on. So that's kind of what I'm asking, if we're able to include whether it's equity or DEI, so actively support a DEI or equity-based workforce and economic development in Ventura County through partnerships and relevant programs and pathways leading from education to careers. So it's equitable. I'm happy to see later what are those programs we have and who are our students, and the diversity of our students in those programs. I think that would be helpful for me to get to know more about.
And Trustee Perez has an additional comment
Yeah,
as well.
very quickly following up on those comments. I believe my latest word regarding the budget is that there was funding provided for AB 1456, which increases the Cal Grant number of awards and kept the funding at the same level, so there was no sacrifice there, which would allow us. And so when this gets further refined, so there should be a place found somewhere to close that equity for our adult learners, providing greater opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Goal 4, develop a culture that values students, collaboration, and the success of each employee. For me, I'd like to add somehow the word community there. Because the way I read it now is it's develop a culture that values students. And of course, that should be at the forefront of all of our value systems and culture. And the reason why, one strong reason why I'd like to add the word community in there is it shows our partnership with leading the community and doing what's right. And one of my own passions is, sustainability and some of these things. So I think this echoes how important it is. Some of the words are the titles of these goals are very broad, but then we can of course support that within some of the details, for example, sustainability and other such things. So,
Chair.
Trustee Perez.
Yes, I like that suggestion. Again, I often say that community is part of our name. And everything we do is because we are student-centered. So my first thought in reading is this should almost be goal 1, focusing on our students. And again, I think it's important that we let our students and community know that our culture is driven by student-centered focus, and everything else is driven by that focus. So for your consideration, for the board's consideration. Just realigning these goals.
Stand correctly, your suggestion would be that this would become goal number one. Goal number one would then become goal number two, and so forth.
Correct.
Can, just on a facilitator side, can we kind of come to an agreement on the verbiage or language of goal, currently goal 4, and then kind of tweak maybe the placement of it? Is that okay?
Thank you for asking that, Trustee Torres. I recommend that we not add that language. We are clearly dedicated to that, to DEI. And I think that you can embed that in the measures and in the strategies without having to be overly redundant about equity and inclusion in every single goal that we have.
Okay, I just feel that because we're talking about two different types. So the first one talks about education. So we're looking at equity in terms of student success. This one is about the workforce. And those are also in terms of equity. And so I think because we're adding it, it makes us look as why is it that we added to one goal and not to another one? Because they're two different entities. One talks about the educational aspect of it. The other one is the workforce. And it doesn't have to be DEI, but it could be equity. It could be equity, but to me is one that we're addressing it in all of the work we do. So if it's academic and also if it's workforce investment. And because that's also something that we need to look at. So if we're committed as a board, I feel that there's nothing wrong with that. This is what we believe in. So we added to, it could be just equity. It doesn't have to be DEI, but we added to both the academic piece of the house and to also this other piece of the house. It's also academic, but it's more in workforce and economic development. And we have our own metrics. And we're just more specific that we're also committed to this work.
And just to add around that, when you can also look at it that goal 1 and 2 refer to all of our educational efforts that are occurring at the colleges, as well as all the support services. So whether it's non-credit adult education programs, whether it's not for credit, whether it's the transfer programs, whether it's the CTE degrees and certificates, goal 1 and 2 apply to all of those. Goal 3 is a subset specifically there, emphasizing workforce so that we can help pull the students, our community, out of some of the struggles they've had economically and job related as a result of the pandemic. So 1 and 2 apply directly to those in all of our programs.
But is it really is it really that harmful to include the word equity? Equitable, we're talking about equity so much. I understand, we can see what the board feels, but I just feel as we're doing DEI, sometimes in these workforce opportunities, I am interested in seeing a little bit that there is this equity. Who are our students that are gaining some of, and I know this is not an apprenticeship, but it could be. How are we doing our recruitment? Who takes advantage of these opportunities? And it's not necessary, I'm not speaking on behalf of the employers. I'm talking that we also have those metrics in terms of for ourselves and being able to say, but we have this equitable process even for this as well. And this is what we support and this is what we have. And because we already have it in general, it shouldn't be difficult because we already have it. So to me, it's just important to add it to workforce and economic development. Because we are so committed to this work, I don't see any harm in adding the word. I don't think it's overly redundant. I think it's just, again, we're mentioning this is a commitment we have, but I'm 1 of 5. So it's what the majority of the board wishes to do, but this is my perspective.
Trustee Mantooth and Trustee Perez, and then I got some comments, and then let's come to a decision.
No, I think we just respectfully disagree, about the wording, and maybe it'd be a good idea just to poll the board, but just to be on record, that is embedded in everything that we're going to do, regardless of which goal it is and which aspect of our student population or community.
And again, I suggest that somewhere in this document, we do specifically cite that we are in alignment with the vision for success, and maybe even add the DEI task force goals, implementation goals. And I think on the goal 2, measurement of achievement 2.2, for degree, certificate, or transfer seeking students achieve a 10% increase across all disaggregated student groups transferring to a four-year institution by 2027, with focus on closing equity gaps due to data disability. I think some grammar correction is in order there. But I think that gets to the point also that I think Trustee Torres. But again, if we have at the very beginning in alignment with, then I think that further, that ensures the embedment.
Okay. So for me, I just want to, if the language wasn't there in goal 1 and 2 on equity, I would totally see that it also needs to be in goal 3. But I can totally see your perspective. For example, look at 3.2. So measurement of achievement for goal 3, increase the number of CTE certificates and degree completions from 9 to 15%. Well, if we do that as a district, that's phenomenal, right? Like we're on goal achieved. But I think it demonstrates that in what you've asked for college data, what if that occurs, that whole percentage growth is at two colleges and not at the third, whichever one that may be. But I think we can achieve that accountability on our shoulders to provide oversight and maintain that with the language that is there in goal 1 and 2. That's how I see it sort of being accomplished. Because I actually looked at our goal 3 and compared it to Los Rios, and what they have is lead the region in workforce development. That's it. So I think our goal is pretty robust, but again, I hear your point, and without the language that is currently there in goal 1 and 2, and the added strategies that we'll add to provide that oversight, I think we can achieve it.
It's in the language. It's sometimes a statement. I can say social justice. I haven't said that, but because it's equity and it's fine. It's just a statement of what we believe, and it's our goal. So here it's in the metrics. This is how it's going to be achieved, but it's a statement of the expectation of what we believe. Not expectation, is of what we believe as a board of our goal. And so language means something. Absolutely, language says a lot. And so to me, I see a distinction between the academic piece of it and workforce. And of course, we're going to be able to see the equitable data, absolutely, based on information that's presented. And that's okay. I think there's value. I share my perspective. Everybody has a voice. We're diverse. To me, it's a statement. And we've added to other areas for a different reason. The board doesn't feel they want to add it to the workforce. That's the majority of the board. That's what they want. And like I said, this is this is an interest in terms of making sure where we stand, but it's everybody voice their opinion. And so I'm the one minority, and that's okay. And
I was been sitting here quietly trying to figure out where to add it. So where would you add it?
I don't want to speak for Trustee Torres, but just hypothetically, what if we were to add it at the end there, from equitable education to careers? So we're talking goal 3 at the very end. It says, I'll just read the whole thing. Actively support workforce and economic development in Ventura County through partnerships, relevant programs, and pathways leading from equitable education to careers. Is that the appropriate place? Or, because I agree with you, Vice Chair McKay. I think we have to kind of see it and hear it to know if it's even something we want to add in there.
I just can't find a place, because it's so embedded in all that we do, and it's in 1 and 2. I just can't find a place to keep it a simple, elegant statement that we want to do and put it in there. So that's why I've been sitting here quietly for the last however many minutes, trying to figure out a way that doesn't just turn it into alphabet soup, and that it still stays meaningful. So if you can show me a meaningful way to put it in there that doesn't turn it into something it's not, then I'm here to listen.
what if we do actively supporting equitable workforce and economic development in Ventura County? Period. You can still continue if you wanted to add the language. So it's still the same. You're just including it before the workforce. You're actively supporting equitable workforce and economic development in Ventura County through partnerships and relevant programs and pathways leading from education to careers. So you still leave it the same, you just added equitable. You're supporting equitable workforce and economic development, and you leave everything the same.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
I'm okay with that.
So after actively support, so when you're reading goal 3, you would say actively support equitable workforce and economic development in Ventura County through partnerships and relevant programs and pathways leading from education to careers. So you leave everything the same, you just added actively support equitable workforce and economic development.
I will say, I don't think it's adding anything, but if it makes, it feel more cohesive for you, I will support you in that, but I don't think it's really adding anything to the goal, given what we've done in 1 and 2, but I'm happy to support putting that language in there because it matters to you.
That talks about our board, but I want it to mean something to you too. Like
It already does. I feel like we've said it, this board all agrees, eats, breathes, and supports it. And so I think you can pound people over the head too many times with it. And so I want us to, I think that we've stated where we stand on it, and just putting it in, really the proof is in the pudding, when in the outcomes, and who do we work with, and is DEI important to them? And I work with a lot of the companies here, and lots of them are doing good DEI work. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to be working with companies that do a lot of good DEI work. So I'm not worried about it. And so I don't think it's a necessary add, because I think it's going to happen. Does that make sense?
that makes sense. But the same would go for goal number 1. Where colleges are already doing it. They're already doing the work, but we went ahead and included it. So it's the same. So for the workforce, it's just different. It's the workforce. So if you're in support of it, then I would like to include it, because it mirrors the same as we're doing for goal 1, because the work's already being done. We're just stating it on goal number 1 to make sure that it's just included.
Okay. There it is. So we got the Chancellor Gillespie, we have the final language for that one. Okay, excellent. All right. Last but certainly not least, goal 4, develop a culture that values students, collaboration, and the success of each employee. As I mentioned before, I would just like to add the word community in there, because I think that's going to really help. Well, I already explained it. So I'm seeing a head nod from Trustee Perez. So, all right.
Between students and collaboration.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. There it is.
And how about realigning the order of goals? Putting
Oh.
students first?
Yes, let's talk about, thank you. I completely forgot about that. So is there some consensus or agreement on taking goal 4 and moving that to goal 1? I'm comfortable with that. Yes, yeah, of course. Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So in closing, there's one comment I'd like to make, and that is, when Vice Chair McKay and myself met with Chancellor Gillespie and his staff in regards, because if you recall, the whole purpose of this was the budget, right? So our board now looks like it has some big goals that I think makes complete sense, that is also the district's goal. And I guess the story I want to share with this is, like when I'm in the grocery store and it comes up like, oh yeah, I'm a trustee. And it's like, what do you do? And this is going to be really helpful for me for those grocery store moments to be like, well, here's what the district does. And I'm part of the district. This board is part of the district, and we have the same goals, and here they are. And I guess what I'm saying is the alignment to the budget is we now have these goals, and I'll speak for myself, I'm going to need to see these goals show up in the budget. Like we can't just have goals and do what we've currently done with the adopted budget, and it's at a very helicopter view. There has to be a way, and I'm going to put that hopefully on the operation side. And I'm speaking as one trustee, so if there's not consensus on this, please, by all means. Okay, so I guess I don't have, because it's not, we approve the budget, but the district's budget. We're part of that, of course, but there has to be a way that the community can see these goals in our budget explicitly and clearly. So, and is flexible, as Trustee Mantooth has mentioned, that the budget can change. So for example, like right now in the strategies and measures of achievement, there isn't something on sustainability. But of course, I'd like to see that. That's a big part of our community partnership. But along with that comes is, well, can we also see that in the budget? You know, so I'm really hopeful that, not hopeful. I hope that we as a board can be one unified voice, that we want to see these goals in the budget. And we want to be able to support these goals, but also support the budget and not have those be two separate things.
I hate to retread something, but in changing the order of these goals, we have taken the primary thing that most people think we do, which is education, and put it as our last goal, the increase access and student success, where it talks about increasing students, implement guided pathways, AB 705, support communication and student awareness. If you look at the strategies and the measurements of achievement, those are, if you look at the mission of the California Community College, that's kind of the number one part of the mission. And then we do some of these other things as we used to have to look in budget cutting these as resources allowed. And so I feel by taking, but goal one, I guess now it's just goal 2. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't drop to the end.
Okay. That's where I was getting. I was trading. I'm sorry about that. I was trading. I'm not. Okay. I'm fine. I still like it. Goal 1 and goal 4 being goal 2.
And
So Chair, I guess as I'm hearing you, as I have been hearing you on your attention to the budget, I mean, budgets are cumbersome documents. And it's tough enough for even us at times to stay clear on it. And so I think I think your call is important, but it's how we get there and how we can present clarity of the budget to the broader community. I guess it's important to define community, what you mean by community, because we have community representation up here, we have community representation of the campuses, we have representation of the community by advisory groups, et cetera. So I do support your call, but I interpret it as a call for clarity on how anybody can read the budget and see these goals there. And maybe it's as simple as putting it in the budget narrative for people to see, or notating within the budget how it relates to these goals. So maybe it deserves further discussion.
Sure.
at a later point.
Yes, and I would agree to both those suggestions. And I guess the third one, and it came from our evaluation suggestion, is as we see these goals, and they're big. I mean, these are really big goals where the colleges have developed and we're supporting and we're aligned, is I'm hopeful to see some asks in the budget for change to achieve these goals, right? So if we're asking our colleges to go from 22 to 30% with taking at least 24 degrees, or I'm sorry, at least 24 degree applicable units, that I would interpret, and it may be wrong, that it's going to take an investment or some change or to do something, and that should be evident in the budget, or at least in the summary or in the executive summary, that comes along with the budget, but somewhere. Otherwise, those goals, how can we support those goals? And how can we make sure next year when we're on a Saturday in July, perhaps evaluating our work, that we can say, well, we did that. We approved a budget that helped the colleges get there.
for you, it would appear, correct me if I'm wrong, that we have by consensus approved the goals with some modification and rearrangement of order And that we're also adopting those as our ongoing board goals to further alignment between this board, the district, and the state. There's another part of this item, which would be the more specific, shorter term academic year initiatives, if you want to call them, or goals, or strategies. And so is this the time to be talking about that, which could include an ask for the budget?
Yeah, and one thing that would be helpful to actually get the board to take action to approve these 4 strategic goals now too.
How about if I make a motion to approve everything I just said?
Yeah, we have it written down.
So,
second
and, okay, so just a point of clarification, we're approving strategic goals of the district, but we are also approving our new, which are the same, board goals.
And that begs a question, then will the strategic goals of the district remain as presented? Or will the strategic goals also change to mirror how we've modified them to be board goals? Did I say that right?
Yeah, I agree. And I would also just add through our participatory governance process, academic senate, classified senate, and different players or, people at the table, is there still, is this set in stone in the current language that we've now tweaked slightly, or is it still in the developmental process?
No, it's fine. So we can make these word changes to these goals that you talked about as a board. The important thing is to get it approved, and then that really allows us to then move forward on all of our work on the strategies and the measures. So the answer to your question, yes, we can change the goal wording to match what you guys have talked about today.
Okay, great. Vice Chair McKay.
Then my ask, because I'm struggling, the only thing I'm not really seeing in develop culture that values students, community collaboration, and the success of each employee. I'm not seeing anywhere where we were quite specific about increase the hiring of diverse employees. That's not in here as a strategy. That's not in here as a anything. And so it's just, I don't want it to get lost.
Okay.
That those hiring policies, it says in here, we're going to look at all of our policies, but our hiring policies were specifically something important to us. And I just want to point out they're not in here. So if you could make sure they end up in here, that would be great.
Yeah.
And then I'm good with Trustee Mantu's motion, and I'll second it.
Amplify that, because I firmly believe that the subtext here with measurements and strategies is going to be something for future discussion and modification.
And I would just add, as chair and working with the vice chair and developing, and of course the chancellor and his staff in developing these agendas, these goals are going to really help that process, I believe, as things go on the agenda and sort of placing them and reminding the board that these are our goals and these are appropriate to discuss and how we discuss them. So I would just add that as well. And prioritize. Yes, I agree. So do we have a motion and a first and we don't have? You have a comment, please.
Based on what Trustee McKay said. For the DEI ad hoc committee has really been looking in terms of hiring and our policy. So we are working really hard on it. So I don't know if this is something we can just add as a performance goal for the board, because this has been something we've been discussing. It's very different from the rest. I mean, I don't know if you can just add it. I mean, you probably can, but I think it deserves its own goal. And because for the DEI ad hoc committee, this is the main one we're looking at. I mean, we're looking into these policies and working through this DEI lens like hard, and we're looking into this data. So if this is for us, as we're talking about our own board performance goals, I almost want to include this goal for us. It might not necessarily mirror the rest of the goals that we have with the district, but it's definitely one that I want us to be held accountable as a board. And we're doing already a lot of work in it. So we have a lot to report back in terms of how things are looking with our policies. So, I mean, That's huge. We've been talking a lot about this as a board for the last few years, so.
Yeah, that's why unless it gets added, it's not here.
Yeah, so we could add that into the strategies under 4
Can,
there.
can we also add, so goal 4 says develop a culture that values students and
That's now goal 1.
oh yeah, no, goal 1, and then the communities in there, collaboration and the success of a diverse employee. Can we add that, like place the word diverse somehow grammatically correct near employee at the end there? Would that?
Develop a culture that values students, community, collaboration, employee diversity, and the success of each.
Yes, yes. Because I think that will make it a lot less awkward or foreign to then add strategies and measures of achievement if that is not there. But I think if it is there,
Yeah, we
It
can just
fits
say the
better.
success and diversity of each employee. And at least it puts it in there. I don't think it puts it in there very elegantly, but it puts it in there. It puts it back in, and it is so important.
Does it capture hiring of diverse employees in the district? Is it?
Not really. It talks about the success.
So I
and
want,
diversity.
We'll add a strategy in there that's specific to that, because, yeah, we've got that message and we'll add that in. We'll be
Okay.
glad to do that. Yeah.
but I just,
Well,
It-
and I
It
think-
doesn't
and I
mean,
think-
Gabby, that we can't put it, because the next thing we're going to address are our annual, what we wanted, the board wants to achieve this year.
mhm.
And I see those things as we want to have a community survey. We want to get through our DEI hiring policies. And so that's on us for our annual that we're going to do next.
Yeah, and I may, because I know we're close to lunch time here for everybody and time for a break, but if we can, I think, just limit the motion to approving the 4 goals at this point, that'll be helpful. And then I'd almost propose that, I can work with trustees Mantooth and McKay around putting the ongoing goals to mirror these 4 strategic goals for the board's performance goals. And then for academic year goals, we could wordsmith them together. Any trustee could email me items, or you can wrap it up here.
I'd rather wrap it up here. I mean, this is at the core of what we do as a 5-person board. I just don't think it's, I just would rather all voices be heard. And I think we did the work. I think
Yeah.
the strategic goals are our goals. We're part of the district. And I think this solidifies that.
Can we come up as a board with the language hiring? I just feel like it's important that it's captured as a strategic goal because this is going to be continuous. It won't just be this year. It'll be just the diversity of hiring is something that's going to be happening all the time and looking into this and looking at just data and information. And I know Ms. Barroso knows in terms of like all of that work that goes into it. And so I think it's a priority. So I'd like to have it included in a strategic goal. And I think Trustee McKay said, was it goal 4?
Well, goal
I mean,
4 is,
goal 1?
goal 1 is a place, and then goal 2, what is now goal 2, support and increase access and equitable student success. I think part of increasing equitable access and student success is having that diverse,
That's a very good point.
diverse staff. And so I think that it fits nicely there, that's how all of our students are going to succeed, is by having the diverse pool of, candidates to choose from and having a diverse staff. And so I think putting it under one of the measurements of achievement of increasing access and students, equitable access and student success, is that we have a diverse, that we have diverse hiring standards or hiring standards. So we end up with a diverse employee pool.
I like that. So we can include it in that goal. So it's in a strategic goal and not just a strategy, but it's actually written down. And then maybe it's in one of the strategies, but I know we talked about before looking also the difference between instructional faculty and classified, and then even within instructional faculty, the instructional faculty piece, because faculty is combined between instructional and counseling. And so we wanted to make sure the data would be segregated. And so maybe that's going to be included somewhere. But
Yeah, I mean, I think it needs to be one of the top measurements of achievement because it's so important to student
I
success.
agree.
So
I like that you said it was goal.
it's goal 2.
goal
Yeah.
two.
And it needs to be one of the measurements of achievement for goal 2. What is now goal 2? Increase equitable access and student success.
And so in the actual goal, you were saying, Greg, we're sharing here, Greg and I. So goal 1, you were saying increase access and student success. And did you say diversity of staff? Or how did you word it? But you had also mentioned, I remember you had also included it in language in the goal, which I liked. also how it's
I had
funded.
said collaboration and the success and diversity of each employee. But that, again, that's not hiring. So we didn't get there.
You know, you could put in goal 4 to develop a culture that values diversity. And then students, our communities, collaboration and the success of each employee. So
I like that.
I like
we're
that.
putting diversity up there
Yeah.
first. And
I
then
like
we
that.
can add a measure of achievement under there that is for classified administrators, faculty, the whole group.
hiring,
And we
yeah.
can tie it then back to the goal on access, success, and closing equity gaps.
No, I like that. So goal 1 would read, and we would, well, you and I will have to amend our motions accordingly. Develop a culture that values diversity, students, community, collaboration, and the success of each employee.
Can I
I'm
make,
willing to amend my motion to incorporate that change.
okay, I have a suggestion as we, and I truly believe this is probably some of the most important work we've done in a long, long time, you know, and on developing and aligning these. We have a lot of suggestions here. Can we take this as, can we compile all the verbiage and then bring it back at our next meeting? The work's done. It would, there wouldn't, no, it needs to be done today? Okay, point taken. Let's do it. Okay, we have an amended motion. We have a second. Any other further questions?
Yes, and I'm sorry.
That's all
To
right.
extend the discussion here. Instead of develop, how about instill a culture? I mean, we can develop it, but if we don't implement it or instill it, and we want to be as assertive as possible. And then as a measurement of achievement, I think it would be important and easy for us to now, this would be the place to cite the Vision for Success, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force. Their goals identified within that. And I think that's simple enough, but it's straightforward enough that it would bolster this goal.
Motion to substitute the word instill for develop.
And I'm happy to adjust my second.
I'm glad I'm not taking the minutes. Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any other further questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we now have new, changed to new, improved strategic goals as a district and board goals. So, hey, if there's something to be proud of before lunch, I would say that's it. And it is now 12:15 and I think it's lunchtime. Correct? Yep. Oh, good. I prefer it not to be. Yeah, can we take 20 minutes and see where we're at? And then if we need more time to eat and work, we can do that. Okay, great. Big bites out of the way. All right. Thanks. we are back and thank you again for staff, Ms. Brower, for making sure we're properly nourished for our meeting. Anyways, so we are transitioning to 4.01 discussion act. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Okay. All right. Sorry. 3.03 Board Professional Development 2021 to 2022. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, this item is just for the opportunity for the board to review what we know of now is professional development opportunities and kind of indicate interest in what they'd like to be attending so we can plan accordingly.
Would you like those verbally now or by email?
We can get those by email. That'll be fine.
Okay.
And really, would encourage all the board members to attend the CCLC events. And I think they're having the fall one will still be virtual. And then in January, they'll start to then have in-person events again. So there's really 3 CCLC events that you should put on your calendars to plan to attend. And the ACCT legislative conference occurs in February in Washington, D.C. And that's another good one where I'd really encourage as many of the trustees to attend as possible because it gives us a chance to meet with our federally elected representatives and senators and or their staffs.
And yeah, I would just add as someone that attended that, I think it was 2 years ago, right? With Trustee Perez and Trustee Kennedy. One of the biggest takeaways for me was to leave the California bubble when it comes to community colleges and to hear and listen directly from other trustees and other chancellors and presidents to see some really cutting edge activities. So, and then maybe would it be possible, at least for me, one of the things is just to get calendar invites through Outlook for all of these, and then I can just accept or decline. That's. Oh, thank you so much. That's really
and we'll
helpful.
do that. And if we could, just by the end of next week, if you could email Laura and myself, just with ones you'd be planning to attend, then we'll kind of flag that, but you'll still get the invites.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And this is a request of the Chancellor. As I was reviewing this professional development calendar, it occurred to me that it might be helpful. I think I would find it helpful on occasion to attend workforce development board meetings, P20 meetings, even the adult ed consortium, not on a regular basis, but just, just on occasion, just to enhance my familiarity with those entities and as it relates to our work up here. So, and especially if there's a topic on any of those agendas that the chancellor thinks would be of interest, helpful to the board, I would look forward to it.
Yeah, I would just echo that for me anyways, the calendar invite for all of those events. And then I can just kind of, I think it's an efficient way of first emailing back and forth and seeing just like, yep, I'll be there, accept, and there's the directions and I'll magically get in my car and show up.
That what the date and what it is in the subject, because if you don't have Outlook, you're just a calendar invite comes and you have no idea what day or time or what it is, and you have to get it in your calendar and then go looking to see what it was. So
With Laura there.
Okay, well, that is excellent. Okay, 4.01 discussion action fall 2021 operations update. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, so this is meant to be an update compared to the last update you received when we met in June. And so if we could go ahead and get the presentation on the screen, and then you do have this in your on your laptop or in your packet as well. So a lot of work has been occurring since our last board meeting as we continue to bring employees back to on-site work. and really start to implement new protocols. So if we go to the next slide, I do want to let the board know that, you know, we finished up this last year down in enrollment at about 9% district-wide. And this was covered during the State of the District presentation. And we still are having our fall enrollments about 20% less than at the same time last year. So we were at about 19 to 20% when we met in June. That hasn't changed significantly. The colleges do have this goal of really looking over the next 3 years to increase our FTES by 2,400 to get back up to what was our funded FTES level at the start of the hold harmless period, because we really don't want to have to, as Trustee McKay referred to, take a reduction in revenue due to enrollment decline. So we'll be working hard to do that. And we'll get into a little bit about the types of adjustments the colleges are making in their scheduling to work to help with that. If we move to the next slide, then, you know, a lot of work has been occurring here since the last board meeting and even before and through this month on adjusting to the new health and safety protocols that have really been developed through the California Governor's Reopening Plan, revisions to the Cal OSHA 3205 standards, and then state and local public health orders, along with the CDC guidelines for institutions of higher education. The good thing is that the required protocols have eased up considerably. It's moved from an environment of really keep everyone separated and at home to the greatest extent you can, to now let's start bringing people back, but doing that safely. And one of the key things has been the availability of the COVID-19 vaccine. And we developed a district COVID-19 prevention program, and that document has been sent out to all of the employees. They're aware of that, and that document incorporated in all of those revisions. And I think you have it as an attachment in here as well. So when we looked in at the next slide, just what has really changed with what's going to be occurring at all of our work sites for employees, students, and visitors, you can see for all, the use of face covering is voluntary outdoors. Everybody needs to complete the pre-screening app and the screening process. The screening process no longer includes the temperature check. There's QR code scanning, so that, and that's as you enter rooms or buildings, that's to allow for contact tracing to occur. There's no physical distancing requirement, outdoors or indoors, except for some exceptions. And those exceptions would be if someone, say, can't be vaccinated, they can't wear a mask, then the only thing we can do is the social distancing and some other things there. We are set up to have the vaccination status verified. It's voluntary. So right now, all students, employees are encouraged to get vaccinated. If you are vaccinated and verified, then the use of the face covering is voluntary indoors. So here at the district office, you can upload a vaccination card into the app. Same thing for employees and students, or employees can also contact HR or show identification that they received the vaccine through the app. And for those at the district office, once you've been verified, you get the nice little bracelet here that you wear, and that way everybody knows, oh, that person doesn't need to be wearing a mask and they're vaccinated. Now at the colleges, they have the challenge of screening employees and students, and you know they're busy using this month to get that process worked out. And I think we're fortunate to have Allison here because again, if you have anything to add to what I say, feel free to chime in. But I believe at the colleges, what they're looking at is having one color of a band or bracelet for those that are unverified. And then for those that are verified, vaccinated, they'll get a different colored band for each day that they go through the screening and check. Because if we're really going to have a mixed population, one of the big questions we're getting from employees or other students is, well, how do I know that that person not wearing a mask is really vaccinated? Or, you know, are there unvaccinated people that are out there not wearing masks? Well, the only way we can really provide that level of assurance is to do the screening and to have some form of identification that distinguishes between those that are vaccinated and those that are unverified or unvaccinated. Those that are unverified and unvaccinated also are required to do a COVID-19 test once a month or when symptomatic. So the colleges, again, are working to gear these changes up and be ready to handle more students coming to campus in the fall and actually getting all of our employees back between now and August 2nd. And each of the colleges have schedules for bringing different departments and groups back. So, Allison, anything you'd want to add to that? No, okay.
Will there be testing on campus on site?
I'm not aware. Allison, do you know?
Doing testing on our campus, so it's convenient. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, okay. So different colleges have different things going on, but at Moore Park College, for example, we have public health that is has a testing site on our campus and has had for as long as testing's been around, pretty much. So it's convenient. That's just what's happening at Moore Park College.
Yeah, and for those that don't have it at their colleges, we can let students know what's available locally and where they can go, because there's actually places now where you can get the test result the same day. So that's kind of what we're looking at with regards to moving forward for fall. And then one thing you'll be talking about then at the next item, but I want to make reference to here a little bit, is just the current position on the mandate. So if we can move to the next slide, please. The employee return to on-site work adjustments. There we go. Here, employees that are not already working on site will continue returning to on-site work with direction of their supervisors in coordination with IT. It takes a fair amount of work just to get people moved from doing the remote work to being working on campus, and we want to do this without interrupting our support services, the registration, the financial aid reviews and approvals, all of the different activities we're doing. All managers and supervisors return to full-time on-site work on or before July 1st. So we're all back in that category. All other employees are returning to on-site work on a full-time basis by August 2nd. All areas are to be offering in-person appointments in addition to continued online support as soon as possible during the month of July. And each of the college presidents are going to give an update as to where they're at on that. And looking forward to having the flex day, mandatory flex day be in person at all three colleges this year. You know, this will be 2 years since we were all together for a flex day. So it's going to be exciting to get everybody back together for that. Oh, sure.
So just to clarify on that, is there a date in place that all employees will be back, like including faculty and I mean, and I know some might still have an online course, but there'll be a component perhaps that they're going to be back that's
Yeah.
across
so-
the line for
so-
everybody.
So that date is August 2nd. Now for the instructional faculty, I believe, college presidents, do you know the date? August 13th is when they're contractually required to be back. So that's when they'll be back. But everyone else is August 2nd. Now we have some non-instructional faculty that do come to campus in the summer, and some of them may start coming in counseling. And again, the colleges are working with those folks depending upon what their individual work schedules are. August 13th. Yeah. Okay.
The only individuals that would be outside of that is if they receive an exemption or some sort, like for a health concern or something like that.
Right. So the only exemption for not returning to work at this point would be a health or medical exemption, and that would proceed and be needed to be reviewed and approved by HR. Now, yeah, when we get to the vaccine mandate at the next item, there'd be some other exemptions for that. But for work, it's just the health issue. So why don't we then look at just the course delivery mode and where we're at there? And with this one, I'll mention that there's really not been a lot of change yet since the time we looked at this, I think back in June 21st or so. But you do have here, if you look up at the top, the numbers are updated for July, as of July 6th. And you can see the distribution in-person, hybrid, and online. Ventura College, if you compare it to where they were before, their in-person has gone up a percentage point, their online has gone down a percentage point, and there's small shifts there. But again, these schedules were set in place during January, February. Students started enrolling in March, and so they're making adjustments where they can. And at this point, I'll turn it over to the college presidents, and each one of those are going to really address several factors for the board in their update. They're going to talk about the factors that are considered in adding courses and determining instructional mode. They'll talk about the number of additions of in-person, hybrid, and online courses that have occurred since June 1st. Because I think since June 1st, we've added around 26 total courses with in-person components. So the colleges will talk about what disciplines or subject areas, classes with in-person components have been added, and then likely course schedule changes that might occur between now and the start of fall. And then lastly, any student service areas that they have open for in-person appointments now, along with when they envision all of those areas being open. So I'll go ahead and start off with Oxnard College. We'll go out of order this time. So President Sanchez.
I'll begin with, you asked about what factors we take into account when choosing to add another section to the schedule. And there's at least 3 variables that are especially important. The first one is there classroom space available? And as you might know, there are some instances when that space is less available, either because of social distancing practices that were in place when the schedule was developed, or because there's more demand for a particular type of class, like a lab class, than the availability of facilities. So that's one factor. Second, do we have an instructor that's available to teach that class? Either a full-time instructor who doesn't have full load or wants to teach an overload and has the not only the MQs, but the skill in that particular class. And then third, is there adequate student demand to make the class viable? So those three variables are key. They're not the only ones, but they're the ones that matter most. In specific answer to your question about classes that we've added at Oxnard College since June the 1st, Chancellor, the answer, first I want to give credit to Vice President Sanford and Vice President Kobian, both of whom were on vacation last week, but nevertheless scrambled to get me all of this information in time for today. From Dr. Sanford, we have added 19 classes since June the 1st. 10 of them are high flex classes, which is where there's a Zoom section that accompanies an existing in-person class. 7 of them are hybrid classes, which is a combination of in-person and remote. And then 2 of those are entirely in person. So for a total of 19 sections added since that time. The disciplines spanned are the alphabet of disciplines. I won't read that because it's too lengthy, but it begins with A for art and concludes with T for theater. And there's approximately 20 disciplines listed there. And then any further anticipation for before the start of fall, and likely few, because enrollments in most subject areas are down. Where there is demand, of course, we'll increase it. We'll increase our supply to match it. Again, given the 3 variables that I mentioned at the beginning. Trustee Pettis, you might have seen an email concerning that one chemistry lab class that we added that somebody had inquired about. And then in terms of student services, I'll read from Dr. Kobian's text delivered this morning. One second. So student services staff are transitioning back to campus this month. Next week, we're opening the walk-up windows in the student service building, admissions, welcome center, and financial aid. We're hosting a student worker fair on Wednesday on campus. Thus far, 60 students have applied. Financial aid plans to host some group sessions in a computer lab starting next week, along with virtual sessions. Counselors who are on contract are coming back to their offices this month and will provide in-person and virtual counseling sessions. This month, the counselors will use classroom space for in-person appointments with plenty of social distancing. August 2nd will be a full reopening of the student service building. We're preparing the buildings for reopening by working with M&O on the plexiglass signs and installation of new furniture. Let's see that. So Deanna McFadden, our student health coordinator, and Dr. Kobian met with all the departments to provide updates and review the chancellor's return plan. Staff have been supportive. On Wednesday, Oscar and Deanna have a follow-up meeting with counseling to review the plan and answer some questions, mostly to dispel rumors. And then we have a small group. I think I've read what's substantively important in response to the question.
Kim, would you like to go next?
The question is that on. Yeah, thank you for the question. And as you can imagine, we've all been frantically working to try and make the return to campus safe. And that's had several challenges. And to gather this information as well, we have, I have our Dean of Institutional Effectiveness is on paternity leave, and I have our Vice President of Instruction on a vacation, and but we are still able to come up with most of the answers. So when we're looking at adding classes, we're trying to really be strategic. We're looking at student demand and needs. We're also looking at gaps in disciplines where we haven't been offering in-person classes to add more classes in those areas. We've also, just like President Sanchez mentioned, we're looking at, we have problems with access to faculty as well as classroom space, which with the classroom space now, the social distancing not needing to be as stringent with the 6 feet, hopefully we'll be able to increase more of the enrollments in those classes. Particularly important or particularly challenging have been our STEM areas with regards to faculty. So we've done several hirings of part-time faculty to increase that and our faculty supply. And, but we're really watching, enrollments, and when classes fill, we're going to add more sections, and we're going with in-person sections first. But all of our classes, or not all of them, but there is a large number of classes, both online and in person, that have low enrollments. So we're combining classes where we need to, offering different sections, but even though we do have those low enrolled sections, we're going to try and keep as many as we can, because we realize this is a transition year, and students don't even, their needs are so varied that we want to try and be what we can and meet them where they are and keep them safe. Additional hybrid and in-person classes, we've added several of them, and small sections where we've had where we've needed to. But like I said, we still have many that are low enrolled, but we're going to try and keep as many as we can. In some instances, the enrollment was absent, and we've done that, like I said, the combining. Again, we've got the alphabet soup of ones that we're going to continue to add, starting with anatomy and biology, anthropology, et cetera, going all the way through sociology and psychology. And I know that both Trustee Torres and Trustee Chancellor mentioned that there were gaps in our in-person classes in those social sciences areas, and we are filling those gaps. So you will see more of those open, have some open now and moving forward. Let's see, and then disciplines, subject areas with an in-person component. So we have approximately 50 disciplines that are offering in-person classes, and that's continuing to increase all the time. As you saw from the numbers, we have around 36% of our classes that are in-person or hybrid, fully in-person or hybrid, or high flex, and we're looking to increase that. We're really hoping that, or we should be able to get to over 40% and closer to the 50%, which was our target. See, other things, schedule changes that will likely occur starting now and moving into the fall semester. We're of course going to be looking at where students are enrolling, and if their classes are full, we'll be adding sections. We'll be again looking at delivery gaps where we don't have in-person classes and adding to that. See. And one of the things, I know this came up, we were notified by someone who received some sort of notification that their class was moved from online to in person. They were not happy about that, or that is not the transition we're trying to make. If students are in an online class and it's low enrolled, and we have 2 low enrolled classes, we'll combine those and open an in-person. So we're trying to be strategic. I'm not sure about that one instance, and we're going to look into that further, because we want to keep the modality that we promised the student that they signed up as consistent as we can. For services, we're excited. Again, starting next week, most of our services will be back and offer in-person meetings and contacts with our students, and that's including admission records, Student Connect, EOPS, CalWorks, MESA, DSPS, our EAC, first year experience, Pirates Cove, the Veterans Center, financial aid, our students' business office, and counseling. We really want to make sure we have those services available to students. And we've seen an uptick of students on campus trying to get help. So I've pulled students into my office a number of times. I know Jennifer walked a student just on Monday over to the our LRC, the beach, where a student could go on a computer because they didn't have access to a computer. So we are doing what we can to return to campus safely and serve our students, because that's what we're here about, and that's where we really get our joy and our motivation. So thanks for the question.
President Sokanu.
Oh, now it's done. Thank you. We're also providing registration on campus on a weekly basis, beginning on the 21st of July. And that's an opportunity to engage more folks to come on campus. The 21st and the 22nd of July, we'll be connecting those to our vaccination clinic that will be happening. So that way folks can come on campus, get vaccinated, and register. And in so doing, help ease people's concerns. As my colleagues have said, pedagogy helps to find what we offer on an instructional mode. We've tiered our courses so as to evaluate how they can be taught and how that aligns with the student learning outcomes of each course. Program and degree completion also informs how we choose to schedule the course offering. Like my colleagues have said, availability of faculty determines how we do that. The sciences, in some areas of the sciences, we're having challenges with hiring faculty. We've always had them, but it's become much more so impacted recently because of the pandemic. Our facilities is another one that helps to shape how we staff the class and how we schedule the class. And we're looking at a 3-year pattern from data that helps us to inform which courses we offer in what mode, and we're still doing that as we've done before. In terms of addition of in-person classes, hybrid and online courses since June 1st, first of all, we've converted 75 sections from online to fully in-person since June 1st. I think that's important to recognize. We've added 7 new courses, fully in-person. 6 online classes have been added. 4 of those are in our PACE program. Our PACE program is fully online. It's for our accelerated course office for adults, and it's our fastest growing program. So that's what the adults want. That's what we offer them. And then 1 hybrid. So that's a total of 14 classes added since June 1st. In terms of disciplines that our subject areas in which we're offering in-person component, all our life sciences are completely on ground and all have an in-person component. Social sciences, our goal with that is to have 1 section with fully in-person for every course that has more than 1 section of being offered. Physical sciences, 72 in-person sections of the 139 offerings, which is up from 64 last month. And then we have 41 disciplines with completely on-ground classes and 3 disciplines with hybrid. Programs that are completely online, ESL, game design, graphic design, and journalism. What courses, what changes will likely happen? Additional in-person sections in engineering tech and solar tech. We're looking at adding 10 to 20 in-person sections as of this coming week. And then we've made a commitment to adding on-ground sections or in-person section components for any new course that we add for classes starting in September, October, and November. In terms of current services on ground, our student business office is conducting in-person appointments, the same with our student health center, 2 days a week there in person. As I said earlier, we're doing the radio rock registration throughout the month of July. And all our areas, we expect to have in-person appointments by August 2nd. Postcards are going out to students from last fall who haven't registered, and students who took an EW will also be invited to an on-ground registration. So our goal is to just get more people on campus. The same thing with our faculty and our staff, bring more people on campus, have them experience the campus as a safe space. Our commitment was always to make sure that we retain the integrity of instruction and continuity of instruction, and we try to do that so that we have something for everybody. Thank you.
Chancellor, Dr. Sukano, I have Dr. Sakena, I have a question. You mentioned it's hard to find faculty to provide in-person science classes. Is that what you said?
We've had challenges, I think, all 3 of us over time with sciences. For example, we could offer 3 more sections of anatomy, but we don't have enough faculty members to teach anatomy. So it's that kind of thing, and it's still the case now.
And I just want to follow up because as we may get asked from the community, why aren't more classes being offered?
Yes.
Is the challenge because more faculty are required to serve the same number of students across more lower field classes? Or has the pandemic have some left the field because of impacts of the pandemic? Do you have any guess? Or
Well,
knowledge?
prior to the pandemic.
Just trying to be
Yeah.
prepared for a
Yeah,
response.
prior to the pandemic, we were already struggling with hiring faculty for chemistry and physics and astronomy because there's just a paucity of faculty in those disciplines, period. If you look at folks in graduate school, that's where they want more individuals to invest their time, so we have more faculty. We're also in a community or communities that's surrounded by colleges, so there's a demand for faculty in those areas. So we compete highly, but we're still competing. So that has been the case. And then we do have people moved away. And so there's that demand for faculty, and the supply is not there as much.
Okay, thank you. I did have just a couple other points, but did you want to ask questions on the presidents before I continue?
Well, I just want to add, I've heard that another concern, and I'm just curious the president's opinion on it, but maybe even on the HR side of the house is, during this pandemic, we've hired part-time faculty that in some cases are out of the area. And which makes me think like maybe we need to reevaluate that practice, that if we're going to hire somebody that lives in Florida or England, that may pose later down the line to be a problem if we're then going to ask them to teach in person. Because I've heard that that's actually a situation where a lot of part-time faculty we're pleading with them to say, can you teach a course in person? They're like, I can't. I can teach online because I live blank. So I don't know if there's any validity to that, but I've certainly heard that in some of the curricular areas.
It is probably more common for us to hire part-time faculty from out of the area, certainly than full-time faculty where there's an obligation to attend department meetings, et cetera. And every now and then, if you have a niche class and you don't have local expertise to teach it, it's not a bad thing. Again, it is a bad thing if it's a full-time instructor and you need them to be on campus for their activities. And would not be very many part-time faculty that would fit into that mold, but there probably are some.
I'm gonna implement our new goals here, right? And I'm just gonna reflect that, our goal number 2 now, find the page, but in regards to increasing, I'll find it here, sorry, student access, and we added that word equitably, or equitable, ensure equitable, increase student access. I applaud, our colleges and Chancellor for the movement that is there. But I think that as we get questions from different community members, we don't usually get questions, or I'll speak for myself, I don't usually get questions about the district. It's about a particular college. And if the increased access is different or isn't equitable, and of course, there's 3 different colleges, there's, 3 different accredited institutions, but when there's differences in the equity of increased access of in-person, that puts us or myself sometimes in a little bit of a tricky situation. So I guess I'm just reflecting. I'm glad we have this goal, and it's a goal, just that. It's nice to work towards it. So I guess I'm just practicing our new goals. So.
I heard you mention a lot of the decisions that are made are based on student demands or student needs. How do you obtain those demands? How do they come about?
That's a better question than the answer I can give you. Let me just start off with that premise, because it's really difficult to do any kind of survey that lets you know what demand exists that is not measured by the current traffic. And the inherent hazard of measuring demand by current traffic is it doesn't necessarily represent the unmet demand that hasn't manifested on the campus. So given that, with that hedge, however, one standard way that we assess demand is by waiting lists. So we all know that when we have not enough sections and there are waiting lists for additional sections, that's the most reliable measure we have that there's a need for additional classes.
So when you're looking at online and in person, so let's say you have your online class that at the beginning, there was a lot of options for just online. So you're going to develop waiting list for online courses because that's what we could offer at the time when the schedule was developed. So how do you make the decision? So do you look at, how do you make the decision to say, okay, we're going to bring in person because, and to see which ones you're going to bring? Do you also look at those demands? I guess in terms of the equitable piece, I'm trying to think of, okay, I see sociology. There's a waiting list for sociology online, but it's all I've offered. So I'm going to go ahead and bring another intro to sociology. And instead of bringing it online, I'm going to push it to in person and see if we get students wanting to either move from the online to in person, or maybe those on the waiting list will go to the in person. Are you also looking at your schedule in that manner to look at it in that equity lens now that we can have more options of bringing in person as which we didn't have before?
Yeah, and we start off by looking at what the 3-year trend is. So you're constantly looking at what the trend is in terms of a discipline or in terms of a program, and the goal also in terms of completion, right? So that's one factor. The other thing is that we have a lot of cohort programs, and the faculty and staff in that program have a sense of who's in the program already, and they know where they are in the program of study. So they're building the schedule with that understanding in mind. So it's formulated with that understanding. And then the other piece is, students coming to see, well, traditionally they did, now they're doing it online. They're coming to see our counselors, and we ask the counselors, so what are you seeing? What are you experiencing? And our counselors will say, you know what, you need to add a math class, you need to add a communication studies class, or you need to add a chemistry class. And so they give us that information on an ongoing basis, and that informs how we do it. That has become much more important this year more than ever, because a lot of the students are engaging us through the virtual connection on Canvas with our councils. Our councils are channeling that information to the department chairs, the deans, they're getting that to the vice presidents, and then they're building schedule without understanding that this is where we might want to add another class. For example, we look at our classes that are online, and we see some where they're not doing as well. So that tells us that maybe we need to move it on ground, and then we've seen some movement in that. And then we see some that are on ground that are doing really well, and we go, there's a lot of on ground in this discipline. Maybe we offer an additional online section so as to meet the needs of students who can't make it onto campus and thus address the equity issue.
Students, basically vote with their feet and where they're enrolling in classes. So when we do see a section or in a discipline that's full, we're trying if we have a gap and we don't have those in-person classes, we're adding in-person sections, and we're watching them to see how they fill. To be honest with you, our in-person sections right now are struggling in most of our colleges, I would say, but we want to make that offer because it is an equity issue, and we're trying, and I think you're going to see more marketing efforts from, I know Patty's working with us, and from the colleges to make students know that we have these offerings in person, and we've also done these safety measures in order to facilitate your return to campus in a safe manner.
Thank you for offering that perspective. One of the things that also President Sanchez said is we're talking about the students that have stayed, but we still have that unmet need. And those are the students we don't have information on. So those are the ones that I think with the measures of recruiting is going to make a difference, because the emails I've received has been from students who have been pleading for more in-person courses, like perhaps in the sciences. And those are the emails that I've been getting from parents and from students wanting more of those in person. And so I'm interested to see, just as we're moving forward, I think we're all doing this together, but with the marketing, I think it's strategically moving forward. How do we reach out those other students that still haven't returned, and see what are we going to do? But thank you. This was really helpful and insightful, because I was wondering, I wonder how the student demands and outcomes and how is it being decided. And that helps me when I do happen to see people, especially since I'm in education. I get to see a lot of colleagues, and I get to explain to them, this is how it's happening at the colleges. This is what we're doing. So it's very helpful. So I'm able to share. Thank you.
On that note, I've heard that, I can't believe I'm already saying this, but spring is already starting to be discussed as well. And the sort of theme behind that is it's going to look much more pre-pandemic. So I've heard that there's often a rollover, right? Like we just roll over from one semester to another, but that's been told, or faculty and the colleges have been told, do not roll over from fall. The rollover is going to be pre-pandemic.
Yeah,
Is
don't even
that a
roll
fa-
over from spring of last year, but roll over from prior.
Correct. Yeah, that's better. So is that a fair statement? Because that would help me as one trustee really feel, even though I'm very uncomfortable what fall's going to look like, at least there's a light at the end of the tunnel of uncomfortableness for me when I think about spring. Is that a fair statement to make, that it's going to be more robust in person?
That's a fair statement.
You just talked about discomfort in saying that there's less on ground, except I thought I just heard Dr. Hoffman say that those classes aren't filling. So is it just the hope that as they fill, our students become more comfortable coming back on campus, just like the rest of the world is slowly, some are more slowly coming out, coming back out. And doesn't look like it's very slow out there, except on the freeway, they're crawling, but so those people are all going places. But I know that a lot of people haven't fully embraced the idea of going back to their offices yet. There's a lot of things in private business where, a lot of accommodations are being made and a lot of companies haven't even decided what they're doing yet. So our hope is then for the spring that we kind of go back to looking like how we would have looked, fall of 2019, skip over that whole 2020 year and this fall and go into 2022, like how we would have. Is that
That's
the
our hope as
general
well.
hope?
That's our hope and goal as well.
Okay.
I would add that I appreciated your historical note, Trustee McKay, and you have to have been around for a little while to know what those enrollment patterns look like. But I'll point out a subtle fact that is scary to most people to hear, but let me point it out anyway, and that is because of the hold harmless degree, we're in a unique window of time right now. And that hold harmless, as you know, has been extended through 24, 25. None of us have complete confidence that it's going to hold because we know that if the state revenues tank, we're going to end up shortchanged at some point. But that means that our outreach should not be based on fiscal desperation.
No.
It should be strategic with an eye toward what sophomores right now are thinking. And every dollar we spend desperately trying to bring seniors onto our campus is a dollar less that we have to support the students that are already enrolled and on our campus. I don't say that to negate the importance of continuing with outreach to seniors, but I say that to place a different emphasis on our desperation. It's about student success. It's not about the fiscal challenge related to the whole purpose.
No, and I agree. The advice that was given quite firmly to trustees and CEOs alike was to budget for what you have, not for the hold harmless amount. That it's folly to budget for anything but what you have. And probably at the end of this, end of this fall semester and whatever spring enrollment looked like, that's what we have. And that's what we're going to need to budget for regardless of how long that the hold harmless. And like you, I'm not an optimist enough to think that it's going to hold for as long as they say it's going to. So I fully think that it would be smart for us to budget carefully with that hold harmless in mind. Treat it a lot like one-time money.
Yes.
Because it is.
Chair, one last question on this. What are you hearing that gives you confidence that things are going to get better and better beyond fall, beyond even fall, spring?
From an enrollment standpoint, yes.
Well, I would say we have a lot of folks who are incumbent workers currently, and we're looking for new direction. So building and growing in that particular space, I think is significant. So that gives us options and that gives us hope. There are also emerging disciplines and emerging sectors that we can capitalize upon, and that's where we find our students. But one of the things we've also learned during this pandemic is that there's inequitable access to technology and there's inequitable access to the internet and to connectivity. And part of, I think, what we need to continue to work on is if we can address that by the way in which we engage people into our colleges, that presents a potential opportunity for us.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, I would just add that, going both back to trustee Chancellor and trustee McKay, as well as your question, we have a real opportunity. I see that our direction is going to be flopped, where we're kind of a 70-30-ish, 70% online and 30%. I see that being swapped in the spring, where we have around 35% online. And that's been a place we've been wanting to get to. The demand our students have presented to us is for more online classes, but we weren't there yet as an institution, and now we are. And so that's the silver lining of this pandemic. Not only are we there, our faculty have done so much work to prepare to be better at their craft online that we have a real hope of being able to really parallel the high quality pedagogy that's happening on ground, face-to-face, in person, in the online setting. So I think that that's going to be a real game changer. Also, we are always looking at how to better serve our community. We're always doing assessments and talking to our advisory committee. I know that Ventura College has our new veterinary tech program. We've extended our ag program and offering. So I think that our building and career education, like Trustee Torres says, for people who want to come back and reskill, have improved. So it's going to take time. It's not going to be an overnight. I remember when we cut out our 4-week summer school session, it probably took us a couple years to return and get that momentum back. So this is not going to be a quick turnaround, but I think that we have some good foundations in place that will get us to where we need to go.
This is very helpful.
28 to 30% online was our goal, one of
Yeah.
our 2019 goals was to get to that number of online classes. So congratulations.
Right.
Yeah. So there are two contraindications too, just to lay it all out transparently. One of those is if you watch the numbers of students that are enrolled in our elementary schools, and you'll see a decline generally, not just a flattening, but an actual decline. And some of that has to do with the cost of housing, and what that does to drive families away. And then the other one is that as there's a resurgence in the economy, you've always heard that students tend to go back to work and they leave community college, and we might be seeing a micro resurgence. I don't know how fleeting it's going to be. So I completely confirm everything that President Sokanu and Hoffman said, but I would point out there are some dark clouds also in the horizon to watch out for.
Yes, but it's really good to hear your responses, and for me anyway, try to keep all these different pieces to the puzzle in mind as we do this and move forward. And your explanation, your response, Dr. Sokanu, is forward thinking, and it's good to hear that thinking is happening already, which I'm not surprised. But yeah, we need to look for those opportunities that the current challenges have presented. Great.
Education and seeing firsthand the performance of our students online as well as in person, tremendous difference. And there's some of our students that were going to just achieve and be successful and figure out how to do the hotspot and how to do online, and faculty learning how to work with them. And then we saw some of our students, their grades declining tremendously. And once we came back to in person, oh my God, they're acing. I mean, the teachers are saying, oh my God, these students, when I'm assessing them, I'm actually able to see where it is that they need the help. As they're taking the test, I'm able to see if they're struggling and provide that direct support. So I think we're still missing those students. I think who we're talking about right now are the students that never truly left. And the students that we don't know yet are the ones that left. The ones that were not able to succeed online are still missing. And so we're having a conversation about the students that were still able to thrive. And so online, we saw students that were able to ace their classes. Some were getting C's, and some were failing, but they were still at least showing up, but not turning on their camera, but we're like, hey, you're still showing up. And so we had teams and people going to the homes and knocking at the doors. And when we said, hey, you can come back to, there's a space, come here in person, you can eat your lunch here. It's amazing to see the difference academically. So I think I'm interested, this is good news to know what we have currently with our students. I'm looking forward to seeing the return of our students that left us, that withdrew, and bringing them back. And I think some of that 9% that we've had as a district are those students, and they still haven't reconnected. And I'm hoping as we're opening our campuses and they know, hey, if you want to come back, there's courses for you. So all you have to do is look at the schedule. And I think of myself as a counselor, having been a counselor, I look at that schedule. What class do you need? In person. You got it. Sociology, take this course. What else do you want? History. Here you go. You got it in person. I'm going to bring you in and I can deliver. I can deliver by the courses. And if we have campuses that can deliver in person, then for me as a counselor, I feel empowered to be able to say to students, what do you need? In person, you got it. And I know, and for myself, I prefer like the in person, the connection, the understanding. Again, virtually, we had to adjust, but there's nothing like having someone explain things to me. Even here, like Trustee Pettis saying, hey, take a look right here. Greg saying, hey, right over here, this is in this item. And same thing with our students when they're learning. And so I was able to see that. So I'm hoping as we move forward and as great work is happening in our colleges, to see how we can be of support. And I know you'll present his programs as you're going back to your colleges and saying, okay, we might need some additional supports because we're going to provide whatever it is, whether it's courses, whether it's outreach, you'll know what's best, what you need. And we're here to support you. So just like we've had from our other trustees and you've heard, think about your ask and think about what it is specifically that you need. Go back to your colleges and think about it. How does it look like to be able to reach out to all of your students? Because we're in a place where only you're the experts, you're the leaders, you're driving the equity, you're driving the social justice on your campuses. You're it as a president with your team and your staff that will give you input. But at the end, you're the one that's going to come to us with the ask. And so if you need the support, we're here to support you because we're not there on the ground like you are. Like you're on the ground, you're talking to community, to your students, and we can set policy, but we can't tell you how to spend the money. But if you need it, let us know. And as a board, we want to be supportive as we know you still have those pockets of students that have been difficult to be able to reach out. And how do we reach out to them and what do they need? You'll be able to tell us. So thank you for everything that you're doing. It's been really helpful. And I look forward to more presentations of that equitable piece and how it's looking.
Could I make a comment? I think the synergy that we have at the district with the colleges is going to be an important variable when we're looking at creating our contract education with employers. We're doing it with the faculty involvement at the colleges so that it's micro courses that lead to a degree or certificate. So as we're going out and working with upskilling employees that may at one time been our students that left us, it invites them back into the pipeline at the college. So that's one factor. The other factor is as we create an outreach to look at opportunities to generate FTS, we're going to be partnering with SEIU, and they will be paying, thanks to Moorpark, across our district for employees, workers that they have, for them to come back to our college and upskill, take a GE pathway or a degree pathway in healthcare. So we're really actively looking at the district of how we can support the colleges in their enrollment management and make the nexus between contract education and ETP and getting back into the pipeline. So I think you're going to see a lot of exciting opportunities over this next year because we are working so closely together.
Okay, well, are there any other questions? Because, we do, because we're getting we're getting close to the time. So
I just want to mention that, there's around 6 or more slides for this presentation, but I'm not going to go through those because you can all read them and really they cover the support items we've talked about before. But there was an actual recommendation of a motion for the board to consider with this item, and that's there with the agenda packet, because I know with the June meeting, there was a conversation about perhaps having a motion that the board could approve related to our fall semester opening. So there is a motion for consideration there if the board would like to move it forward or not. It's at the board's pleasure.
It's in the staff report. At the bottom, the board acknowledges that.
Yeah, do you want to read that?
Yes, I'll read it. Yes. The board, okay. I would, Chair, I would offer a enhancement to that. that we should add wording to recognize that this is done while maintaining a safe and healthy learning and work environment, just to emphasize that point. And secondly, one of the attachments is labeled G. Gillespie July 29th email. I think that should read June 29th. And then if that actual attachment could be dated as well, just for future reference. So I would offer a motion, yes.
I will second that.
Not about this. I think we should clear this motion up first. For this vote.
We have a first and a second. And just for clarification, we're basically voting on acknowledgement, right? Okay, all right. So we have a first and second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, hearing none, that passes. That's going to take us to.
Just before we get out of goals and all those things, there was a pretty, I didn't see it as happy study that came out through EdSource and the college competes or community for college, whatever it was. They did a study and our ADTs aren't working all that well. Lots of students that are going, with ADT transfers, but they went to a different institution and they're not going in as juniors. Our transfer students, they're taking again, getting up to 90 units before they transfer out of community colleges. And I just don't think we can leave a goal setting session without acknowledging a study that was just presented and you think we're not going to get asked about it. We are going to get asked about it. And so I think as we look forward to, these are all really, really important issues, but we also still have to keep in mind, as I think President Sanchez said, our students that we have, to make sure that they are getting through with the, least amount of units and on to whatever, whether it's a living wage job or a transfer, whatever it is they need to get to be complete with us. We still have to keep our eye on that ball because the study that just came out made us look pretty bad. And so it's unfortunate. I mean, there's just been so much going on. I couldn't believe that we got hit with a study like this at the end of a pandemic, but we did. And the ADTs were supposed to be the answer to that, and they're not. So we just have to keep focused on that as well.
If you could share that specific report. I know I've seen various reports, but the one you're specifically referencing would be helpful. And information will be coming forward. There's pending legislation on the ADT programs also, which the league is monitoring. So I forget the bill number, but it's I think the league's current position is watch. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that takes us to 4.02, first reading board policy XXXX. I want to say that. COVID-19 vaccine mandate for employees and students. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, so, as we're moving into fall semester, just like these previous semesters, there's going to be challenges associated with it because we're still working within a pandemic situation that hasn't gone away yet. And we're fortunate that the vaccines are proving to be an effective tool in helping to really slow the rate of infection and the number of deaths from COVID-19. There are a number of community college districts throughout the state, and by a number, I'd say probably less than 10 still, that have actually had their boards make a decision to mandate COVID-19 vaccine. Now, there's one community college that is mandating it even under emergency use status. The others are waiting until they're fully registered before implementing their mandate. As we move into fall, we have no idea what types of adjustments we may need to make. We're talking about really accommodating both vaccinated and unvaccinated students because we want to try to have access for everyone. However, if we start to have outbreaks at our colleges among unvaccinated students, unvaccinated employees, we could have to have some classes revert to online, and we will be doing contact tracing. We could go to where everybody's wearing a mask again, whether you're vaccinated or not. Now, we've always, throughout the pandemic, prioritized protecting the health and safety of our employees and students, and we'll continue to do that while we return to more in-person work, more in-person instruction and student services. And we're going to learn as we're doing that. One of the things that if we want to take the maximum effort to protect everyone, it's to mandate the vaccine. I mean, it's as simple as that, and have only those on the campus, whether you're an employee or student, that you're vaccinated for COVID-19. Right now, the board policy that you have in front of you in draft form is basically it would not take effect until any vaccine becomes fully FDA approved or August 16th. I mean, I emailed Dr. Levin with Ventura County Public Health on Friday and asked him, said, what's the latest you're hearing when these vaccines are going to get full approval? And he said that all the meetings he's going to, no one has yet stated any expected date. So you hear on the news July, and he said, yeah, that's out there, but they don't have anything official even on that yet. The thing is, we have August coming up, and it'll be unlikely to have more than perhaps one vaccine that would be FDA approved by that point in time. So, you know, realistically, we're probably looking at fall having that mixed population. And but I would recommend the board strongly consider the vaccine mandate so we have the flexibility to implement that when they do become fully registered, because again, I can't predict where things are going to go from the fall as we get into winter. And it could be a very important tool for us to have that flexibility to be able to mandate it. The Board of Governors is meeting June 15th or July 15th, and they'll be looking to see if they do have the authority to mandate that across all of the community college districts. It's probably unlikely because we are a very decentralized system, but they're getting viewpoints from some attorneys to see if they could do that. If they do that, we'll have to, of course, participate in mandating the vaccine for our students and employees. If they don't, and it's left to the local decision, we've had the result or information from the state legal counsel, our own legal counsel, that, yeah, we can mandate the vaccine just as the UCs, the CSUs did. It'll just be under the approval of our local board here. But the law allows it, regulations allow it. As you know, there'll be a lot of feelings saying, really glad you did it. We'll have some, how the heck could you do this? And it's again, us looking at what's the best step to take that not only protects the health and safety of our employees and students, but really is doing our part as a large public institution in helping to protect public health and encourage vaccinations, which we'll continue to do regardless. But that opens it up. It's your first reading. You have the option to take action today. And of course, we can bring it back in August as well.
Chancellor, just a quick question regarding the Board of Governors. I thought it was our understanding previously that a determination had been made or an opinion had been rendered that it would be a local decision regarding the mandate. But why are they revisiting that question?
Yeah, basically because the UC and CSU systems were able to do that. Of course, they're structured differently. They only have the one board, but apparently there was some legal information that they wanted to review that may give them the authority to do it in this case. So that's all I really know about it. And we'll have to see what happens. Could be we'll hear nothing because they can't do it, or maybe they can.
Chancellor Gillespie, you had indicated earlier in the meeting that when this item came up, you would talk a little bit more about the exemptions.
Prior to that, what are our rules now on vaccines? I mean, I know you can't send your child to public elementary school till they've had their TPTs and rubella and those types of shots unless they have a medical reason to opt out. What is our current policy on vaccination?
Sure. I think, Laura, we only have one health-related requirement. That's for a TB test. Yeah, so we require a TB test for all employees, nothing for students.
Our campuses that have not had a DPT or a
Correct.
rubella or anything. Wow.
And then Trustee Mantooth, what was your question again, real quick? Oh, the exemptions. Yeah, so really the exemptions for the vaccination would occur in two main areas. One is a documented medical reason that again would go through HR medical exemption. The other would be religious exemption, and both of those would be reviewed by HR.
For those individuals that might have exemptions, would they then be required to wear masks indoors?
Correct. But anyone without an exemption, yeah, they wouldn't be allowed to be on site.
Guess I had never asked about the vaccination policy in general. It seems odd that we would mandate a vaccination with this pandemic, and yet we don't mandate the standard vaccinations that you can't go to UC one of the UC schools without proof of vaccination as a student. And so I guess community colleges have stood alone, or maybe it's just our district, I don't know, on kind of the more standard vaccinations for public education. And so I guess I would like to know a little more information. Is that just something specific to Ventura County Community College District, or community colleges made a decision a long time ago that they weren't going to mandate the standard vaccines that public education in general does? And that's the CSUs, the UCs, and K through 12.
Yeah, I'm not really aware of community colleges that have had vaccine requirements like the 4 years have, or the K through 12 system. But maybe, Allison, do you have an idea there? I'm
Is that it's that way across the system because it's considered a barrier. However, I agree with you. I'm surprised, especially since the recent very strict mandate in K-12 for full immunization that we seem to skip these years in between. It seems inconsistent.
Yeah, I think of the uptick in pertussis that we've seen as a nation.
Measles.
That's
Yeah.
a lung disease. Then you weaken your lungs, and then you can get COVID on top of it. I'm struggling with the sense behind it.
Me too.
Hearing that there's some questions, yeah, I think this is, that's the whole point of a first read. We have a little bit of research to do on the community college and to see where we are on current vaccines beyond or prior to the COVID-19 vaccine. And then I think it's also important to see what the state board does. So yeah, I think we asked some good questions. Okay.
Back to us is the second read, right? I mean, it's staying as the first read. If it does,
Correct. Yeah, so it would come back.
That would have been my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that if I had information, to know that by August 1st, we're going to have 3 vaccines under FDA full registration status, then we'd need to push it right now. But I don't think, I'd really recommend us implementing this now on emergency use status. So I'm comfortable that we bring it back in August for what I hope could be a consideration for action if needed, so.
Considering a booster, to keep the efficacy up. And so I think there's a lot to be learned.
And the CDC said not so fast, Pfizer. So,
Good.
My question, Chair, is what's the date of our August meeting and how does that fit into the need to act or not act and based on what the Board of Governors may do? I just want to make sure that whatever we do or don't do does not impede.
I think it's August 10th. Yeah, and again, for fall, it'd be, the timing just isn't really going to be there.
Well, I don't think you're going to be able to cut and dry this thing like one day you have it and one day you don't. There has to be some sort of transition. But I would strongly advise that in the interim, that we continue to advocate a recommendation that people get vaccinated.
Oh, yeah.
now what about, so in some of our local K-12 districts, whether people are vaccinated or not, because we have students, particularly some students that are not able to get vaccinated, everybody wears a mask. That's just what everybody's doing to maintain safety, whether people have been vaccinated or not, given the fact that we work with students and working with students, people have, whether they can get a vaccine or not, they make decisions and they choose not to. But in the work environment and educational setting, people wear masks. And that's what they do. And is that a possibility in the fall? I mean, at this moment in time, given the fact that we were talking just about people's comfort level, where they're at, everybody wears masks. I mean, everybody, at least when we're K-12, we're still wearing our mask and we're still conducting business. I'm able to conduct business with my mask. I've been coming to all the board meetings, staying for hours. I'm accustomed to the mask. And so what about being able to do that? I mean, it's a sacrifice, but it's a sacrifice of love. And when I mean a sacrifice of love, we're talking about mandating a vaccine because people are concerned, which rightfully so, but it's a way where people are still coming to our campuses and they're able to have access to in their education and everybody's just masked. And that we won't have anything ready to go in the fall because there's so many things that are being explored, being looked at, but that's an option. And I know that that decision can be made at the local level as well. And it's just something to consider. That's just a consideration, something to think about.
Just a point of information, I was reading today's paper before coming to the meeting and evidently CDC has relaxed its guidance so that K-12 now, if you are vaccinated, you do not have to wear a mask. So you may see some changes.
Students, we need to wear them, and it could just be a local level decision and the CDC can recommend, but because when we're in the presence of our students, we're wearing our mask. And then people who are vaccinated, as long as they're vaccinated and they're within their space, they can remove their mask. But while we're having students on campus, everybody needs to wear their mask with students.
Yeah, and I will mention that with K-12, I can see that because the vaccine's not even available for the individuals that are under 12 years of age. I mean, we don't have 12 years and under in our classes at our campus. Ours are all adults. The vaccine's available for them. And for those that don't want to get vaccinated, they wear a mask. And for those that have made that decision, they don't have to unless they they want to. But that's one difference, because we're dealing with adults and who could all be vaccinated, whereas
Okay. Well, thank you for that information. That's going to take us to 4.03, future board items. On that note, Chancellor Gillespie, if you could just briefly provide the board with an, is there an opportunity for us to look at the budget before we approve it in, is it September?
opportunities. So we'll be having a study session on the adopted budget at the August meeting.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that. Yes.
So there's, especially with the DEI ad hoc committee, one of the things we look at are policies. And so I'm wondering, so we have our policy, our DEI ad hoc committee, but I'm wondering, bringing back our policy committee, because there's so many policies that we need to review, and every single policy needs to be reviewed through the lens of DEI. So I'm asking for the policy standing committee, and I'm happy to volunteer to be the board member that sits on it, to come back. So we have our regular monthly meetings and we're monitoring our policies and looking at it through a DEI lens, because I think that that's important. So when policies are coming forward to the board, you would have had 2 board members who would have looked at these policies and through the DEI lens coming forward. And I think that's going to help expedite a lot of the work, especially during this time that we're doing social justice work in DEI. So having been in the policy standing committee, I saw that there was great work that could be done. And especially right now, I think it's important. So my ask is at least for that committee to come back, and I'm more than happy to be one of the board members to sit on it.
Is there a second trustee that's interested in joining Trustee Torres on the policy?
Out here, but we may still have to extend out our, because we got behind on policy review, and based upon our own accreditation policy, we may have to extend it out a year, because there are so many that even with the policy committee, I don't think we'll get through them all, but we'll at least get through a lot more than we would otherwise.
So thank you for the suggestion, because I agree with Vice Chair McKay that it'll really help with the efficiency of getting these all the way through. So I'll leave it up to Trustee Torres and Trustee McKay and the Chancellor to come up with a schedule of a new policy committee and to do the work.
Yeah, and what we'll bring back in August is actually the BP that talks about the board policy review timeline, and we'll extend that. So we'll be recommending a revision to that in August.
Chair,
Trustee Perez?
would it be helpful for them as their first order of business to look at a policy regarding the other vaccinations that Trustee McKay referenced in the previous item? I mean, it seems timely.
Yeah, I mean, I totally support that. I think it's very timely, and yeah, I was kind of surprised to hear some of the information too.
We
So yeah.
moved off of that last item very quickly. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank those people that provided public comments here in person and in email form. It's helpful to get that spectrum of
I'm sure we can ask the health department, the health centers to come and give us input. And, because if we're gonna, that would be something, I don't know, when students like on their first day, whether it's online or in person, can we ask them if they'll voluntarily let us know if they're vaccinated or not? And would they, so that we might know what the answer is in terms of how many, it may be a lot just unaware, but a lot of them came to us through K-12. And so it's like, Trustee Mantu said, we've kind of ridden on that a lot of us have a lot of them come through the public system. They're probably vaccinated. It's just a question of getting the records to us. And so I just would like to, think that through, but I do think it's one we should look at early, because I do think it is a real, a little bit hypocritical to mandate one vaccine when there's a whole slew of vaccines that we're not mandating. It just feels, it doesn't feel right to me.
Thank you for those comments. And we are now at 5.01, which we are adjourning, and it is 2:08, which not bad. You know, we had a hard stop at 2, so it was a little softer than it was hard. But thank you everyone for being here on your Saturday, and drive safe. And look at that, traffic is lightened up. So there it is. Be safe, everybody. Monday.